YouTube and Rumble right now. And there we go. We're coming in. Boom. All right. We're live now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Twilla's favorite local podcast, Political Head Trauma, where
if Head Trauma had a podcast, it'd sound like this.
Humana.
Sorry.
We are doing a special show today, Saturday. I know that some of you reached out to see where we were Friday. We're actually having maybe a change of how the show's going to go. So please bear with us. And a lot of you are watching future people who aren't watching live right now. Please tune in and leave your comments. We see all of your comments. We definitely love the interaction and we appreciate it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Good and bad. You're teaching us something, or at least our audience. But that's what we're hoping for, is to keep you guys informed, and hopefully that we can make sure that if there's topics that we need to cover, tell us what you want to know about. Both of us have the ear to the ground. I have to say, the show, as much as we do for the show and what we're trying, to cover with it, the one thing both of us know is that, at least where I think, I hate to speak for you, but to care about politics, I think, is a luxury right now for people, because they're struggling.
Oh,
people are struggling. People can't pay their bills. They can't buy enough food for their family.
That's kind of an understatement.
Yeah. A luxury of arguing politics on a Saturday or a Friday afternoon. I mean, yes, I think politics has an impact on you no matter what. It affects every genre of your life. But to get into the weeds into politics like we do here, we understand that, and we feel it. Both of us feel it. There is a really hard-hit economy right now that is hurting our neighbors, and it's hurting ourselves. And so please understand, folks, we want to have a fun, happy show, but we do it with humility and knowing that this is a luxury that a lot of us don't have, the ability to even care about politics right now. We're so worried about how we're going to make our mortgage payment and buy, medicine and all of that. So we really humbly thank you for your support. We thank you for your content that you bring to us. And I just want to start the show off with that. It means a lot to have all of you, watching and being a part of this.
Well, sorry.
Wow. Do I really sound like that? Thanks for that. Who's our producer? We should get him or her or them in here.
Get me in here.
So I'm Holly Crowley Rayboni, and this is my very beloved producer and co-host, Jared Anderson.
The unastute.
Is that what you are, unastute?
Yeah.
Man, you're getting kinder than you used to be.
Anyway, I want to lean in on that. This inflation hits everyone, right? It hits the poor the hardest. Hits the working class next, and then works its way up. But it also hits the government, and the government has an answer to that, which is they start raising all of their crap. And we're seeing that now. You can't go on to any of the local pages and notice how everyone's griping about their taxes going up.
Yeah.
The government, here's my message to the government.
And when we're talking about the government, we are also including the one that gets 70% of those taxes.
Their
right?
Government.
Yeah. The school districts.
You guys need to cut your overhead. You got to cut your administrative. You've got to cut your bureaucratic BS. I'm tired of hearing people saying teachers don't make enough. And then they go and hire another, director of whatever meaningless crap and pay them $130,000 a year. And then, and all the leftists, like the trained seals, go out and clap that teachers aren't getting paid enough while they clap for them hiring another useless position in the administration.
There's so many. Now, when we talk about this, I want you guys to know that Jared and I both follow most of the local township and city pages, Facebook pages. A lot of conversation is happening, a lot of misinformation is happening, but a lot of anger overall, which if this is a huge story, the light needs to be shined for sure. What I'd like to add to that is that when we're not just talking about a certain administrator here in the county,
It's just in mass.
There's multiple
And
administrators making six figures.
I don't blame.
And our teachers aren't making that.
I don't blame the administrator. I blame the system that says we need to hire another director of whatever. And if it's director of diversity, you guys, whoever hired that or designed that position, find a solid wall, a brick or stone, and run real fast into it. Please don't put your hands up, because you're just wasting taxpayer money. You're wasting the effectiveness of the job that you purportedly joined to educate children and all that, and you're taking away resources towards doing that. Let them go out onto the free market and see if their kooky ideas compete or not. Let them go find that out that way. Don't use the force of government to force it as if it looks like it does.
Yeah, let corporate America pay that fee.
Yep.
And let corporate America experience the aftermath of what that looks like. And you know what? A lot of people are blaming political parties. They're blaming local electeds that are, there's so much blame going on. I think right now we're in a stage of understanding, and I think clarity is important. We need to know what happened, and we need to know what it's done is it shined a light. And I know you guys have seen this, the salaries of school district members or administrators, or what, I don't know what their titles all are. There are many that are making six figures, which I would be fine with if our school was leading the country in graduate levels and understanding and, well-educated kids.
And if our economy was doing well, if our economy was robust, but we've got a drowning economy. No, it's not time to dream up BS jobs to pull into government bureaucracies. It's time to cut that. We got to trim the fat. We need to get rid of all these chiefs. We need to focus on the Indians and the I don't know what you call them. What do they call little kids? You're not helping me out here.
Yeah, because you're gone on this whole appropriations.
You've heard the thing, too many chiefs, not enough Indians. That's what they're doing.
I've also heard there's too many chefs in a kitchen.
Yeah, that too.
Call the kids like the customer.
Or the pots and pans, whatever.
Because the kids are the customer. At the end of the day, they are the customer. And as parent, your education for your children, and especially in public school, your say is very, very minute. Like this is a structure problem nationwide. So we all can agree maybe that the Board of Education of America needs to get shut down and we go local. That's all. If we all started from there, we still have an issue at the state level because it trickles down. And I am guilty because I don't know who my local school board member is. And I'm guilty because the work I do is party related, and these jobs aren't partisan related. So you don't have them running in partisan elections. You don't have these school board members running in a primary of the GOP or the Democrat Party. So they're running on the ballot, yes. Jared and I plan to get to know these people who are running, and at the same time who are maybe serving and getting a challenger or whatever. We need to understand exactly the structure from the taxing entity itself. Your regardless of how you choose to educate your children, private school, charter school, public school, homeschool, regardless, 70% of your property tax goes to education in this county. That we already have talked about. We agree. Property tax is theft. You can never own your property, and you'll like it. That's just how the world works. And if you've paid off your property for 100 years, you still
Remember,
pay that check to
free
the government,
country, folks.
or they take it.
We live in a free country that respects your property rights. Remember that.
Remember, the original Declaration of Independence put property in there.
Yeah, it was life, liberty, and property. And a couple of the leaders, Hamilton, decided that he didn't like property being in there because he wanted to have the power of a king in government. So he said,
okay.
So then they did the Pursuit of Happiness.
He also wrote 55 of the Federalist Papers. So let's not talk about him wanting a king in government.
Just saying.
Have you read the Federalist Papers?
I haven't read all of them, but
it's absolutely not about a king.
But yeah, he
society.
also wrote those 7 years after they first sat down and laid out the Constitution. 7 years? I think 7 years.
I don't think it was that long.
Yeah, because the Federalist argument was after.
I don't think it was that long.
Was after the.
It was after the
Confederation.
Yeah, they had the meeting to build a constitution
in secret.
Following
a conspiracy.
The Constitution, they had to sell the idea of the Constitution to the people, to the masses, and the Federalist Papers were published in an effort to promote the values that are in the Constitution to the people. So I don't think it was that long after.
Yeah, but
I could be wrong.
They had the Articles of Confederation. That didn't give enough strength to the federal government. So they said, let's meet in secret. We'll swear ourselves to secrecy and we'll lock ourselves in this building.
No one else was in the room when it happened.
Yeah. And so, yeah, that's what they did.
I'm a big Hamilton fan, folks. I love that.
Yeah.
That play. It was
good. I'm happy for you.
So what we want to talk about, and this kind of ties into our guest today. I mean, loosely, but at the end of the day, our guest, Will Roosh, is going to be on at 4 p.m. and we're super excited. I met him at the RNC. He was one of the guests of Utah's delegation, and Rob Axon, and he and his beautiful wife were accompanying our delegation. And to meet him and her, and they're from California, and he's actually a teacher, has been for years. He was on the live stream that I believe we shared on the page. We meaning you. Thanks for that. But
you're welcome.
He has created a curriculum that is going to, I think, be a really, really great option for those who would like to homeschool. It doesn't change the fact, though, that your taxes are going out like they are right now, or that we are all facing a very substantial raise in our taxes, in our property tax next year.
I think we all just need to have a solemn moment of solidarity when he does come on, for him having to live under that iron curtain that is Newsom's California.
There's so much, and he's actually got a front row seat to it. So we're going to pick his brain. Peace be with you, says taxes, especially for those that have not been blessed with children. I never used to worry about it. However, the older I get, paying taxes and not seeing any of it that benefits me.
And that's a tough thing. Look, I'm of two minds. I recognize the need to educate the next generation, because that will be,
regardless if you have kids or not.
Yes, that will be the generation that takes care of you in your twilight. That'll be the generation that invents your ease of life, or your
creates laws,
cures, and manages the country. I do not understand why we have such bureaucratic bloat in our education department, in every department. We have gotten to where our government may as well be called Stalinist. They run on an anti-free market model. They completely they just come in and say, this is okay. Let's say that like this. It should be, if your taxes are going to go up, let's say more than the median income of the area has gone up, it should be put to a vote and they should come out and justify it. If not, they have to fail. We have to let governments be able to fail. We can't have it so that governments always get to act like they're successful.
Again, though, this would require government being at the most local of levels, which is what
Yeah.
we absolutely think is important.
10th Amendment, baby.
How you vote locally is far more effective.
Not to mention
on your life, the impact on your own life is all in regards to how you vote locally, far more than the state, how you vote on the nation, your local elections.
And this is as local as it gets.
Yes. And I have to compliment our local leaders right now. And I know this might not sound popular to people who are angry, and I get this, but our local electeds in the county have, number one, found these issues, and number two, have worked tirelessly to get to the bottom of the issues and have been on this since May. So this isn't just didn't just happen. Your notice has happened, but our county council, our county auditors, our auditor and her team, our county assessor and their team, our county clerk, these folks have been working tirelessly to get this fixed and figured out and fixed. I mean, I have to compliment them, because not a day goes by that this is not something that their entire staff is working on. So when I say most local, Tooele County has got some tremendous people who have brought these issues and more to light, because they're doing what is right, even if it's not popular. And I have to commend that, because you don't see that in government, folks. You just don't. They could easily sweep it under the rug. They could easily say this is, not our problem. Throw it at the school district.
I don't know. I like the argument. Well, we didn't raise taxes for 20 years. So, now that
they had to raise taxes a few years ago. So it's
that's what they said a
years.
few years ago. We didn't raise taxes for 20 years. So now you got to take the hit that, well, we all lived with the benefit of until, these trying times of COVID, when everyone's struggling. Now we got to raise taxes. And
do you know that a friend of mine and a newly elected county party secretary, Christina Bonham, congratulations. And I hope everyone that would like to look and meet her, we will be featuring her on our Facebook page on Tooele Republican Party. But I went out to her place a couple nights ago, and out where the temple is located, the new temple going in Overlake, there are thousands of new homes out there.
I know.
We actually lived in the Cove Apartments, which are located that way, when we were doing a rebuild, when we lost our home completely in a fire. When we lived there, none of that existed. So when I went there to her place, my jaw dropped. I got lost.
I would like
so many new taxpayers.
Oh yeah, so many new taxpayers.
These new taxpayers, a brand new high school.
And then we wonder why Tooele is having rolling brownouts for the last month.
Yes.
We're getting power outages 3 times a week.
Yes. And Rocky Mountain is highly aware, and we actually have a citizen who
Rocky Mountain Power going on it. No, what's going on?
Tooele County Republican Party's page. We've actually featured a citizen who did the alert to us, which we opened. I posted and shared, because I think anybody who has an issue and wants to bring it up to Rocky Mountain, there's a window of when you can contact them regarding the issue. And I'm not talking about you getting your power outage. It's more of a citizens movement to say enough is enough. Get your crap together, get your poop in a group, and make sure that you fix this, because this is unacceptable, folks.
Well, and you know how they always say, whatever California does, we do 10 years later.
Yes.
10 years ago, California was having rolling brownouts.
And they're having regular blackouts now. Hi,
Yeah.
Amy.
Yes. Hi, Amy. I just want to talk. I want to have some fun chat because we've been boiling over. So I think they should allow me specifically to name the different housing developments in there. Like, I don't know. I live in the street of, Shadow of Tranquility and Celestial Lane. They should allow me to name the streets. What do you think? You on that?
If you're going to name them stuff like that, I think you'd be
They're all
something.
going to be named stuff like that.
Look, the Mormon Church and this temple were created and paid for in full by the Mormon Church and this temple.
Well, of course.
We can't blame them for this.
No, I don't blame them.
But
I just want to be able to name the stuff.
Infrastructure issues that are already going to be an issue.
Well,
huge. And Amy is saying, I'm not looking forward to the traffic once that temple is open.
Yeah. Did you see they put another new light in there on 36?
Yes. It's not up yet. But
well, it's up. It's not powered yet.
It's not powered yet. Well, who can get
Well,
powered?
we got the brownouts.
Yeah.
We got to wait until they decide which neighborhood they're going to cut power out of on what day before they can run power.
The temple is beautiful. It's breathtaking. And I'll tell you, to live in the light of that temple would probably be a huge honor for many, many Utahns.
Ethereal way.
But I also think too,
good looking out, Dave.
The infrastructure that is needed for such an amazing facility that many, many of our locals and other Utahns are going to travel far and wide to visit. I think Amy's gotten to something. It's going to be interesting, but you do see they are putting infrastructure in. That's obviously going to take you a direct shot there, I'm assuming.
Oh, they're putting roads in. Hopefully they up the power plant. But
they're also putting huge building developments.
I'm not done with it.
I don't mean the Mormon Church. Yeah. I mean, the county is still developing. There are developers still developing for new homes and new members of society to come in.
Jody says not just the temple, but also the inland port and industrial growth is happening faster than the public works.
Jody, hi! I love you so much.
I guess we're supposed to wiggle and freak out.
Jody is one of my BFs, and she's a professional golfer, by the way.
Oh, outstanding! And
she works with me at the racetrack. So.
Oh, okay, Jody. I want to know more about. So the inland port, I haven't seen evidence of that I know of, and I would like to see evidence because I'm still ambivalent on the inland port.
Oh, it's happening, friend.
Well, I know, but I'm ambivalent. I want the industrial growth. I want some of that tax base to show up in economy and not in housing. Can the church build a power plant? Oh my God.
Could do anything.
Could you imagine that? The power of the Lord power plant. What could you call it?
Let's talk about, though, the church has the water rights to a lot of areas. And yes, the church could do whatever it wants to do. Did the church
get the water rights that Twila City lost when it got sued for Overlake?
The church owns the water rights of Rio Tinto.
The church does?
They own Rio Tinto.
Rio Tinto's never mind. I stand corrected. Church, I will. That is
no, that's, you guys, this all came out when the development was going to happen with the temple in Urda. And the area around that, with the water rights the church was bringing with them, as well as those street studies, the infrastructure on rebuilding that Urda Way to make it wider, to also make it more accessible for the school, not to interrupt the members of the community of Urda, and also to accommodate the large amount of growth that would happen around that temple in Urda. I know that's a hot topic for people. They still are angry about it, but the church is well funded, and I think their intent was coming from a place of good.
Sure. But the church wants to build smaller housing units around it to partly disperse the cost of the infrastructure lead-in that they've got. They openly said that.
The church wanted to build those smaller places because many of the service members that work for the church are old folks. who don't want a 1 acre lot, who can't take care of a yard,
I'm
and
telling
who walk
you,
to the
they
temple
even
to do their
talked
work.
about it.
And they're missionaries as well.
They even talked about it and why they want to do it. I got an idea for a street name.
I'm sure you do. I bet the whole show is going to be loaded with them.
Soaking Circle.
I don't even want to go there. I don't stop it. I think that what Jody says, not just the temple, the inland port and industrial growth is happening faster than the public works. And the inland port has actually been, David approves.
David approves. That's right.
The inland port has actually been in front of the county
I would move to that
commissioners
street.
years and years ago, guys. We're talking at least 8 years ago when the inland port was first discussed. And again, it was the Romney Group. The plan was this. But what you're seeing is, and driving down Sheep Lane, many of you know, if you drive that, yes, you're seeing all these new builds up, but that road is in need of severe attention. Already.
Erda Way?
No, Sheep Lane.
Oh, Sheep Lane, yeah.
And it's
and
they're working on it. There are people working on it.
They're working on it right now. I drive it every day on the way to work. They're working on it. Sheep Lane wasn't initially designed to take that much, and had the racetrack actually bloomed into what they thought it would, I think they planned on a lot of that turning around and building Erda Way up. But
I think connecting our water countywide so that we're all using the same water, at least.
So we can soak the lawns. That
could help. I think, those deep infrastructure problems also creating, more roads. I think the Mid-Valley Highway alleviated a lot of the stress.
Yes. Oh, Mid-Valley Highway is fantastic.
Yeah. And it alleviated a lot of the traffic for people not from here that want to visit the racetrack, who want to work at the inland port area, and who want to visit the temple. There will be a road that probably takes them to Sheep Lane or something. But again, I know that our local officials are working on these things. They've done studies to discover what exactly is needed to make these things a success. But what we have to do is we have to live through the interim of this. And, let's add the fact the Olympics are coming to Utah in not too long. So not just Twilla County, but Salt Lake City, Park City, Summit, all the areas of the Olympics. You guys remember wading through the I-15 restructure that was coming before the 2002 Olympics?
That's another thing we got to talk about is the Olympics are kicking off.
I also want to tell you what David said. The best hope that Utah has is to build a nuclear plant with its uranium.
No, I disagree. I think we need to build 4 nuclear plants with our uranium.
Not wrong, guys. We need to consider nuclear option there because, literally, because of the. Do you see it?
Yeah, yeah. We need to build lots of them. We need to build them dispersed. I mean, how many nuclear plants does France have?
Don't care, but.
Well, no, but I'm talking about to cover a geographical area. France has a pretty standard nuclear plant they build, and they build them, You know
what? I just want to say, why not Utah be the first? They haven't built a nuclear plant in this country in how many years?
I'm hoping that we can, but to build a nuclear plant, you got to go through the Department of Energy, because the Federalists have decided that everything is theirs. They own everything. Do we own our land here? Does Utah even own our land?
Yes, and that's the prime place to put it. If we were to get our federal lands back, it would be quite beneficial for us to consider putting something in the West Desert that benefits the people of Utah first and spreads out to the people of the United States. If I thought that wind power was absolutely going to be the thing, or solar panels were absolutely going to be the thing, I would suggest the same scenario. If it's going to give us energy independence and make it so that all of you don't have blackouts, your energy costs are low, so you can heat and cool your house, and that you can have the life that you're accustomed to, or at least we're America, folks. We don't, they're shipping air conditioning to France because the athletes need it. They're like, we can't sleep at night. This is ridiculous. So we're Americans. We're used to this. We need air conditioning units. We need heat. And, they're trying to sell the electric car on people, which I've seen electric vehicles with what I've seen at the racetrack alone, that blows my mind. Their speed, their ingenuity, their technology, they're amazing, but you still have to plug them in, which requires electricity, folks.
That's the question. If I bought a Tesla Cybertruck, how many generators would I need to put in the back to keep it running? All right, Jody, thanks for joining us. Get back to work. But how many generators would I need to put in the back to maintain a constant charge?
You would drive around with gas in your car? It's not a really smart idea. But you know what? Let's forget that ugly vehicle, that atrocity, which is the Tesla truck. Because sorry, Elon, I appreciate all your efforts, but that is hideous. The Ford truck, a friend of mine that also works at the track, she has a Ford pickup, Lightning, just like mine, but Ford, and can waste even race cars off the line on that thing. Yes. And she can tow, and she absolutely has all the technology.
Does she have the electric one?
Yeah.
Yeah, she can tow for about 70 miles.
And
then it's bone dry.
The problem. And how many hours does it need to charge before it can actually do the thing? Now, she travels and commutes out here, and actually, I'm sure it has served her well as far as, pricing for gas and all of that. You don't have a commuter car be this beautiful Ford, huge, enormous truck. I mean, it's unheard of. But for her, it works. And she charges it while she's at work, and she charges it when she gets home.
we have some charging ports at my work too. And so you get a charge for free, where at home they've done it up. It actually costs a little bit. But imagine if you lived on Soaking Circle and there was an earthquake. That would be ironic.
What is the Soaking Circle thing? So David says,
he first says Utah could break away from the USA successfully if you can generate that kind of power to build its own republic. Yes, but the USA would invade us 7 or 8 minutes after.
You smoke after the show, not during.
It's inedible. With nuclear power, you can build that infrastructure. The only thing in the way is Washington, 1 gajillion%, which is what our national debt will be, Thursday? Imagine a Utah.
It's Utah, I think is what he's trying to say, that fuels its cars on its own resources.
What's Utah?
Imagine if it's Utah because of our nuclear power and us going into that mode of thinking.
Oh, yeah.
It would be us that fuels our cars on our own resources here, not dependent on the many, many bureaucracies across the federal government. Like the EPA, for example, again, here they're coming out with all these different restrictions. They're literally OSHA cutting down on restricting farmers, American farmers, on the temperature in which the farm workers are allowed to work in, and then they've got to come inside. 80 degrees, folks.
80 degrees.
80 degrees. Farms across this country hit 80 degrees every single day. But what happens when a farmer can't follow OSHA? They can come in and shut them down. And that feels like it's by design. The restrictions on our American farmer are getting laughable.
And this is why I like local government, because how hard would it be for me to haul tar and feathers all the way to DC? My Tesla truck just wouldn't drive that far easily. I'd have to get a whole bunch of charging ports. I'd really have to plan.
I have to add, David, I was teasing. I know you don't smoke, and I was just being funny. My humor is wasted sometimes. So on that note, if by chance it's not unheard of, our current nominee in the Republican Party for Senate, you know, he's part of the climate change caucus, the climate caucus. He has been a voice of reason when it comes to actually making, fossil fuels be part of. You have to work with both. You have to have both. You can have wind and solar, but you also have to
Did
have
you see
fossil
that
fuels.
one of the blades broke off one of the wind turbines down there on the depot?
No.
Someone
But what
showed
I'm
me a
getting
picture
at
of it.
is that when delegates were interviewing him regarding climate and options, nuclear option was on there, and nuclear is not off the. I mean, he was excited about the very thought, and the ideas of nuclear energy is changing. Most people in the past, it's a scary word because of what happened in Chernobyl,
3 Mile Island,
in Japan. I mean, these things are all legitimate fears, but with, and I hate to say this, with some government regulation, it's a very, very safe option, folks. And the ability to power is far and above what you can get.
Well, the new nuclear plants, the new technology of it, like they're building all over in France, is safe. It's smaller, and it's kind of pizza cutter ready. Like they come out, they build the same thing. They know what they're doing. They build the same thing every time, all the time, and it works. This is one of my favorite stories to come out of last year. So the World EPA came out and demanded low sulfur fuel, and I'm reading this off of Mariner Times or whatever, and low sulfur fuel, and they wanted to clean up the exhaust from the barges that go across the ocean. So they did that. They mandated that, I think, in 2019. And because of the lack of cloud cover over the oceans, the ocean temperatures went up. So they did the exact opposite. I'm telling you, anybody out there, I'm begging you, one government success, just one, lay a government success on me. I need to have I need some inspiration in my life.
Okay. So the most recent nuclear reactor to begin commercial operation in the United States was Unit 4 at the Alvin V. Vogtle Electric Generating Plant in Georgia on April 29th, 2024. And Unit 3 at the same plant began commercial operations in July 31st, making it the first nuclear reactor to start up since 2016. And the project began in 2009 and was plagued by construction delays, design changes, cost overruns, eventually more than doubling its original price tag to over $30 billion. And the new reactor used the new design, the Westinghouse AP1000. And when fully operational, Plant Vogtle will be the largest nuclear plant in the country. Now, before this all started, I think it was since the 70s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before they even tried nuclear power.
Well, I remember the last protest when all the California leftists brought their ingenuity and wonderfulness to the world was probably about 83. Reagan was president.
Says
and I remember
mid-1970s.
I remember it because his daughter led the protest. And that's what I remember about it. But yeah, the mid-70s, they quit building nuclear power. But quite frankly, I guess we want to build more bombs.
So they stopped doing it in the mid-1970s, it says, because cost overruns were sometimes a factor of 10 above original industry estimates. It became a major problem for 75 nuclear power reactors built from 1966 to 1977.
Yeah.
The overruns averaged 207%.
Well, that was 50 years ago.
So who would fund it? Would it be something the state? Because $30 billion is not a drop in the bucket.
It has to be state fund. Well, I would love it if they let private organizations fund it, but it would probably have to be the state funded, or at least state, maybe not totally funded, but kind of controlled and sanctioned, because the nuclear is under the Department of Energy. That other evil
Why can't the
DOE.
county get a grant to build such a thing, or private industry builds it in the county and the county control it as far as the funding and the resource that it provides to Tooele County first?
That'd be awesome. Dave says you're sitting on a gold mine of uranium that would make Utah nuclear independent. The citizens would be richer than Kuwait citizens. Well, no, they would figure out how to tax that away from us, Dave. I don't know if you recognize how our government tends to work, but her favorite person said it out that way.
Who's my favorite person?
Hamilton. I don't hate him.
I don't hate him. I don't love him. I
Yeah.
love the play, but because
He
of
was
the,
a monarchist.
the play, I went down the rabbit hole of Hamilton. So I think it's, yes, they took
Liberties.
liberties, and they did it for
You come out with these cheesy songs, and I can't talk about having an earthquake on Soaking Circle.
I don't know what soaking circle. What is this? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know because it's probably something gross.
It's not gross. It's BYU.
Which is, what's the?
Well, it's a school.
I know what BYU is. What is the reference?
What do the kids do? Well, they.
Okay, nope, gross. I don't even. Stop it.
If you create your own weapons, the government won't invade, and Utah can be independent. What do you mean create our own weapons? Like our own
He wants us to
nuclear weapons?
become our own country and then fight off the United States military with
Yeah,
our own weapons. And Norma asks, where do you store the spent rods? I mean, currently, isn't it Energy Solutions that stores that? Or it used to be EnviroCare?
Well, okay, the bent rods.
You know what, David, stop it.
The bent rods, I don't think, or the spent rods are not stored at EnviroCare.
But they,
From what I understand, the spent rods from the U.S. went to a place in
Nevada.
Washington and a place in New Mexico.
I thought it was Nevada.
I'm trying to remember their names.
But we did have the ability to store
yes,
at EnviroCare. I know because I've toured the facility.
We
and
had
they
the
do
ability.
have a
We have the
nuclear
ability to store anywhere.
storage facility there.
My opinion is we store the spent rods underneath the Capitol building. And I say we do a really hard, what would you say?
You're gonna get us in trouble.
Protective floor, right? Well, it's already government property. Really hard. They need to be in salt. Oh, that shit's.
I don't want the government storing the nuclear rods. I would much rather be a private company that actually is accountable.
I think we
if
could
something
do.
happens.
I think we could do a hardened floor under government buildings of, say, 2-ply aluminum foil. I think that'll work.
Okay, so
They need to be in salt. Now that we can take care of. Or but there's lots of places to store them, but the life cycle of nuclear power on spent rod is it's not, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but it's not like there's a lot of waste building up all the time. All the nuclear plants we ever run are still, all the spent rods are stored in 2 places in the US, and it's not big places. So you don't want to hear about
you just stop right now. Nope. I trust you to be that it is highly inappropriate and
moving them
probably
to be
hilarious.
Moving them to be stored is it's a true story. It's what's going on.
Yeah, and it is dangerous, and which is why the big argument was not in Utah. It wasn't going to be in Utah. And they moved it to different areas
because the Go Shoot tribe wanted to start
David,
storage.
Stop it.
No, they do. And then they get a third person to come in and jump on the bed.
Okay, stop it.
I would say if we did it, I would make spent rod storage be, safe distance adjacent to the facility. Just a layer of dirt will make them harmless.
There is a huge, I have toured EnviroCare. There is a huge amount of safety precautions and storage, and everything that goes into it is so scientific. And I was very, I mean, I think I was 20 when I was there, but just to tour the facility and to learn about the codes and the requirements for safety and the endurance and how long they can store and how secure the area is where they're stored. I mean, it's all scientific, folks. It's
they store them in a drum, and the drum's filled with a neutralizing material, and it's
encased in
and then
3 layers of lead and cement.
And then they encase it all in concrete and then bury it over. And then it may be in a billion years, someone will accidentally dig it up on their, space farm, whatever, with their flying tractor. But honestly, we stand at we're at a position where we need to decide, are we going to live with energy or are we going to not?
We already know the answer to that. We can't possibly live without it.
And that's a good point. Imagine what a year without it, what a year without energy would do to
destroy
humanity.
This nation. It would destroy our nation overnight.
Not just nation.
Not even a month.
Humanity.
Oh, we'd all be that kid in the commercial with flies on our face, and we would all be a mess.
The other day, me and my brother were down doing a floor in the apartment, and the flies were real bad.
They're really bad this time of year. What is happening?
My dad comes over, and my brother says to him, he said, I feel like one of them kids in them African poor commercials. And so I start singing In the Arms of the Angel in the background.
That was the dog commercial, but yeah, no.
Yeah. And then my brother explained what soaking was to my dad.
Would you knock it off? We're dropping that whole thing. Your poor dad.
No, he laughed his butt off.
Every single one of us
and then
can
he told
live
us
a great life with
and then
never
he told
knowing
us,
what he's talking
what
about.
they used to do was they would
care.
go down to Las Vegas and get married and then get annulled the next morning.
How do you annul a marriage that's been consummated?
I don't know, but they were doing that. They got in trouble.
Okay, stop using they like it's this huge everyone. You're talking about some idiots in a college. Regardless, like they're just, come on. This is a joke. So I think what we're getting at is we still have to include oil and gas in there. That doesn't go away because oil and gas accounts for the plastics in this country. Imagine not having plastic anymore. The benefits are there, not needing it, but at the same time, it's in everything. Petroleum is in everything.
Oh yeah, just imagine if they did away with petroleum,
your house would be
everything plastic goes
empty.
away. But here's the big one. Every one of your medications has petroleum in it, or it's made from the byproducts of petroleum.
More than that, more than just medications, the very container it comes in.
Oh yeah.
The machines that tested you in order to prescribe that medication because of the illness you had.
Yep.
The beds, everything has petroleum base or something in it.
Just do away with refrigeration. Everyone diabetic, count them out in 3 months?
No, it's quicker than that.
Well, no, once
we talked about David Pine with
once
their
insulation runs out, or
insulin.
But insulation.
That's the problem. You're talking within a month. Because,
everyone's gone.
Yeah,
it's
insulin
over.
has to be taken daily for many of these folks. And for the folks who are taking it weekly, even then, you can't refrigerate that. It's over. And that's a week.
It's done.
You're banking. How many of you have, and don't answer this really.
Or answer it, tell me where exactly you keep it.
Yeah,
go on.
have your stack of cash.
Private emails. Let's do it that way.
Somewhere in your reach. You're banking.
How lumpy is your mattress?
Over.
Yeah, seriously.
Every penny you have in savings or retirement or anything is all just zeros and ones out there in the the internet. And if it's gone, power gone, it's your money's gone. And proof of your money is gone.
Oh, yeah, it's all gone.
Not to mention every bank would collapse because people would do a run on the banks and it would collapse.
Yeah, the first person in line might get their money. The second person, they'll tell them no.
No way they were going to even give the first person.
And the third person is the person who gets to watch them hang the bank holiday sign on the door.
And I'll tell you this, you can go into most banks at any time. Even if you tried to withdraw $10,000, they are not equipped. They don't even have it. Their vaults are open.
Yep. They'll tell you to come back tomorrow if they're going to give that to you.
And they'll give it to you in portions. Sad, but this is true.
It's true. No one keeps cash around.
My bank, their vault is open. And it's because they're not storing large sums of money in.
Oh, Fred says federalism is opposite what you think. It's a good thing. Look it up.
Hey, Fred, I'm with you because I believe that federalism is absolutely better for this country than
federalism
what we have and
is
what
a
we've
good
experienced.
Thing. But let's do a little. We're going back to 1889.
Stop pissing Fred off. He's back. Welcome back, Fred.
Federalism then was the government taking a bite out of state control. Federalism was a promise that they won't take too big of a bite. All those Federalist papers that they did we
still only had 13 colonies though at the time.
While they wrote out they said we will never do this while they designed a system where they can. Prior to that, the Articles of Confederation, they had a system where they could not. Which is why they went down and said, we need to design a system where we can.
And I think I lied. I think Hamilton wrote 51 of the Federalist Papers.
And of course, you also had the Anti-Federalists, which were saying we don't want to give the general government, which is what it was called at the time, this power.
But this insight, there were 13 states.
Mm-hmm.
We had just declared our freedom from our autonomy from Britain. And we were starting our own government. And you guys, making a government would be insanely difficult, especially giving the power to the people over said government. And so people were probably terrified at the very idea of giving up or not having a king because people were inherently used to being told what to do. And like we've talked about before, if we decided to change our federal government, how many people would be lost? Without the federal money, how many states would be lost without that federal money? People don't know what really self-governance actually is, or at least we are been so used to living in a world where the federal government provides by design to a way where many of us would be lost if we were just independent of government.
I'm not disagreeing with you. The government came in and handicapped us. They came in and broke our legs and said, aren't we so nice for giving you crutches?
Without a strong federal government, we would look like
feudal Europe right after the Revolutionary War.
Okay, Norma is really upset about this spent rods. Norma, I think that absolutely, if there ever was nuclear power and it was actually happened here in our state, all of these worries that you have would absolutely need to be.
I got a thought.
Researched at the smallest level. So
I got a thought.
The direct danger, we know all the outcomes and we know the best way to store, and we have facilities to store it. And if we don't store it in Utah, we store it somewhere else, whatever. I want you now, Norma, to breathe, and David, stop with you know what? Let's all just get our bearings.
I've got a thought. Let's get Elon Musk on board as our homeboy, and we'll shoot him into space with his space rockets.
You know what? I think there's so much trash in space now. Is it possible to shoot nuclear waste into space
Well,
and
we
not
can-
have it come back down?
we put it on a
rain
rocket.
over the entire world.
What
and
if we
destroy
put it on a rocket and that rocket had a special little rocket on it and we loaded in that little rocket? Because his rockets come
you're
back.
Talking like we can do rockets into space.
I've seen
so
Elon
easily.
Musk's little rocket stuff, right? And you fly it up and then it opens up and then just a missile, a Hellfire missile, just heads out
Where
into
does it go?
Don't care, ether.
What if it blows Mars up?
We can probably aim it so it won't hit Mars.
Yeah, you can aim it in a non-gravitational place. It's not Armageddon here. I mean, I know there's
You think we can't aim to miss a planet in the vast void of nothing?
But for how long?
Oh, I don't care.
In order to get it up there and get it high enough, you're going to need fuel, and you're going to need lots of fuel,
Sure.
and you're going to need to aim
Sure,
it.
we'll
But
pay for that.
How long is it going to have fuel to aim it? Because you have to be pretty far away so that it never gets into our immediate gravitational whatever.
Okay, so the Tesla rocket goes up, right? And then a bay door opens. I don't know what they do.
See, Norma's with me. So they fall back down and burn in our atmosphere and poison our earth. See, that's what I'm saying. How do you get it so far?
Then the lid opens up, right? The little whatever. And then another little rocket
I should have you not smoke
pokes
before
out.
the show. Wait till after.
And then it fires and just goes and fires until it's out of fuel. And it just goes into the void.
Oh, you're acting like the void has there's no circumstance that could actually bring it back to us.
Yeah. I mean, what if we shoot it?
Or destroy planets that could actually, I don't know, have an effect on us? What if it hits our moon and the moon blows up?
I think we can miss the moon.
You think so?
I think we
can. You guarantee there's no possible way in scientific history
we did
that it could come back to hit the Earth?
Yeah, I could guarantee that easy.
How?
But supposedly we did the maths and made it so that we hit the moon, which it's a lot harder to hit a small target in the vast nothing than to miss it.
Well, I understand that. But okay, we've gone off.
Or what if we?
Where's our guest?
If we aim it for another planet? You know,
store them underground like normal people. David, again, I'm with you. I think there is a.
I hear Venus
way to store it
is a lovely place to shoot rockets this time of year.
Oh, Norma says, and poison our aquifers. You see what we're saying here, folks? These types of queries and problems, there are think tanks out there right now who are going through every single one of these concerns. I have zero doubt. Because the fact that our climate caucus alone, the idea of nuclear power being a thought and an option have now been welcomed into what used to be an absolute no way. It's been welcomed into the discussions now. So all of the ways of its use, where to put it, who's doing it. I mean, Georgia's doing it right now. What is Georgia doing with this nuclear power plant? Are they storing it themselves? Are they funding it to go outside of the state? Is it going into space? I mean, who knows? Who knows what the plan is? But I guarantee that before anyone puts a nuclear power plant in Utah, the powers that be would make sure that it would be safe. I have to guarantee that, because
I think we bring Tesla up here. We get Elon Musk.
And
Elon Musk
has left California. Absolute.
I know, but he could buy a house on Soaking Circle. He could buy a house there, like the original.
Remember that credibility we had like 5 minutes ago?
If there was a cul-de-sac, do you think he would want to live on the beginning of it or on the end, like he had a great big driveway? That's a big question. We'll have to ask him sometime. And then,
can I just ask why, since we're talking about ideas, why haven't we figured out a way to use the ocean and purify it and use the water out of it?
Well, we know how.
Why
desalinators? I don't know. Because California wants to rob from other states.
California doesn't own the ocean, and instead of storing, nuclear power, water water is the key to electricity, folks. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. You want to have all electric cars. That's great by 2030, but you don't even have water for people to survive or to farms to grow food. But you're going to somehow power all these electric vehicles on a grid that is.
I don't think they care. I think they figure that cricket farms don't use a lot of water, and that's what they're counting on us living on soon.
It isn't cost effective.
Well, I do know that they run, is it Dubai?
There's got to be a way.
Dubai, I think all their water's provided through desalination. There are 2 desalination plants, 2 or 3 in California that they use.
I bet China has something.
Sure. I don't, I imagine they would.
I mean, how do you get power to a billion people?
Oh, for power?
For anything.
Oh, they don't care. They burn coal.
The technology, though, the advancement. Japan,
Yeah, they fire up a coal plant. China just fires up the coal plant. They build what? Is it 2 coal plants a week or something right now? I mean, yeah.
Well, you're going to have to choose, because for the people who don't believe fossil fuels is the way of the future, then give us an alternative. But it's not solar, and it's certainly not wind.
I think it's crickets.
Because not every single person has either. And I think nuclear energy is absolutely should be considered. And it absolutely, if it is considered, the state that does it, the residents of said state, because of the costs that's going to take to store said nuclear waste or whatever, should absolutely benefit from it. And branch outward into the country. And once the country's all fully powered, then branch out into the world with the other resources. But
nuclear is definitely the next step. The final step is obviously like a Dyson sphere or something, but nuclear is the next step. But we have to go to that if we want to maintain.
I'm curious what Donald Trump's idea is on that. He wants energy independence, but he also believes we need to drill. And yes, because the root of almost everything in our country and everything we are used to daily does involve petroleum and fossil fuels. So I hate calling them fossil fuels because I don't think they're made from fossils. I think it's a renewable. I don't think it.
Sure.
I think it's a renewable good.
There's arguments both ways in the science books, and I'm way too dumb to understand that. But drilling.
David, you're overthinking the storage of the rods. David, I'm with you. I think that we would get it. It would get figured out in the interim, but I think
fossil fuels
benefits would far outweigh.
Fossil fuels is definitely what we need if we're going to build whatever that next step is.
Yes, and we're going to have to implement fossil fuels into the future because it's not going anywhere. Because the second they take their toys and go home, these oil industries decide we're done. You don't want us? We're done. The collapse of the human race would happen right before your eyes.
I think the human race would be decimated in a week and would be halved in 2 months.
Yeah, I think of Atlas Shrugged.
Atlas Shrugged would be a good outcome compared to what would really happen.
That's what I think about whenever I think of the oil companies going, you know what?
Just what happens if water just quits being delivered to your house? And what if you can't flush the toilet and have your waste
David says
leave?
It's made from dinosaurs.
Yeah, Mad Max. I'm telling you, I've got to decide. I've been arguing this. Do I want to use like a regular car tire or an ATV tire? The old knobby ones.
Now you got him on outfit choices for Mad Max.
Or I could go full humongous and just wear like a white strappy G-string thing and a hockey mask. That's his name in the show.
Well, you're going to compare.
You don't know who the humongous is?
I know exactly who the humongous is, but that's the character you went with.
There's been too much death.
Why not be Max?
He's way handsome. I've got to go with the ugly guy that's going bald. Come on.
I'll be Charlize Theron.
Well, you could pull it off.
Version.
you could pull that off. I don't know. Maybe I could be one of those guys that sprays chromium paint on my teeth to get high, and then what do they call them?
Look, I hope that there's a Thunderdome. That's all that I'll be there for.
Would you be?
I'll be Tina Turner.
Tina Turner.
One man enters, two men enter, one man leaves.
I'd be the little guy, not pig shit.
I would still kill or die to have Tina Turner's legs at however old she was, at 75. She still had the best legs in the history of the world.
But who's going to be Ike?
He doesn't exist in Thunderdome. Okay, now that we have just complete squirreled our way out of a
message
regular
him
show,
and see if he's if it came through. Human matter is turned into fertilizer in most countries. Yeah, we may get to where human matter is turned into Soylent Green in most countries.
Soylent Green, it's people. It's people.
We are just too Madonna to do that. Actually, no, there's a place out in Skull Valley right now that sun dries human waste that you can go and purchase for fertilizer right now. We do that. We don't do it in mass, and probably because it's not as easy to do as you think.
Maybe we should send it to his messenger.
That's fine. Well, I would have to send it to you, and then you'd have to send it because I don't have that.
Why don't you get on that right now before you drop some amazing thought of whatever you were going to say?
Okay.
Well, I bet it was gold. And he didn't say we need a Madonna. He's saying we would use Madonna for that.
We would use Madonna?
We already have her.
Use her for what?
What Dave was saying.
Oh.
We are just to Madonna. Oh, we're to Madonna.
That's what I said.
That. Oh, to Dave. To T-O-O.
We don't need to correct Dave's pronunciation.
Disease spreads easily that way.
It does. When they sun roll it, they do. They have a sun roller. They lay it out and they sun dry it. You can go right out there to Tempe Flat, and they're doing it with Fazio Farms waste. But they out in Skull Valley, I think it is. They do human, but it's hard to collect the human waste as the way we would have to redesign our whole sewer system to collect it easier. It's hard to collect it as it is. I mean, do you want the guys that work there to get a really long spoon and like shovel it out? No. But I will tell you.
Wait a second. We told him 4 his time.
Oh, so it'll be at 5. Okay. We got time then. So what you've got, we could send it to Dave and have him come on. So what you've got is,
he said he can join now.
Okay.
I'll just hold on. You keep talking. I'm going to.
So what we've got now is our sewage plants actually run their generation off the methane from their tanks. You know, those big round tanks. Sometimes they look like a dome. They all actually collect the methane off the waste and run the generators to run their own systems. And I mean, that happens now as it works. And it would be cool if we could figure that out. I've often wondered, what if we went to a low voltage system? Would it be easier to make? I don't know. There's lots of ways we could go, but it is what it is.
Okay. Well, now that everybody is planning on the future and considering the options, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got that. But let's go back down. I mean, that all kind of stemmed from the idea of infrastructure. Dave says we can make more jobs.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then Biden will come in and flood the market with illegals, and they would take all our jobs.
That's the unfortunate donkey in the room, is the fact that all of this requires a change in presidency.
The ass, if you will.
And not just from the White House, but it also requires a change from government all the way down the ticket. So the whole idea that all this could happen and even dream requires we get out from underneath the regime we are in now that is restricting ideals. It's restricting innovation. It is causing so many problems within our schools and our homeland security.
David's throwing
and,
fighting words at you right now.
Hey, RFK all the way. Hey, it's another option, guys. But right now, we have a regime that needs to change.
Are we in
Whoever you choose, get these people out.
Are we in 1968 or what?
Worse.
We've got a Kennedy on the ticket.
We've
in got
Venezuela, folks.
Assassination attempts. Oh,
they actually just committed a coup against a sitting president right in front of your eyes. And not one person in the media is talking about it. They unseated a president.
Did they unseat in Venezuela? Did they actually do it?
No. In Venezuela, they cheated.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, we knew that was going to happen. I mean, banana republics are banana republics. Okay, Maduro's opposition. Boo. I don't know. I know the people are starting to riot. Hey.
Oh, lots of people are coming to the streets, folks. What you're seeing in Venezuela, pay attention.
Here's my argument. Don't give up your guns. Do not give up your guns. Never give up your guns.
Kamala has promised a ban on assault weapons, folks. Oh, also a universal background check, which is already happening.
Yeah, I think
they're going to take your assault rifles. Now tell me, have them define what an assault rifle is.
Mine will be load-bearing rifles. They'll be hidden in the walls.
Do you see the danger there? They are not going to define what an assault rifle is because there already is a ban on assault rifles.
How will they take them? How will they take them?
Mandatory. Her thought was mandatory buyback program.
Okay, and when the people don't, there are more guns than people.
They will grow Obama's plan was to grow a national police force.
Yeah, the kid police force or whatever it is.
National police force armed like the military, bypassing our local police forces. That's how.
And then there were
all of that, you guys, is called fascism.
And then there will be bathed in
Germany
blood.
Allowed for people to be killed in the masses.
David is spicy today. The Second Amendment says I can own nuclear rods on drones.
He's not wrong.
No, he's not.
The United States military owns anything.
You're supposed to be able to.
You're supposed to own it too.
Well, that comes from Miller v. Ohio, I think.
No, that comes from Holly Crowley right now on this show. I'm no constitutional lawyer, but I sure as hell know the revolution was fought with illegal guns. And then our founders put in that shall not be infringed in order to have a militia. That right there means they should at least be able to use the same weapons being used against them. Don't even bring up Hamilton again. By the way, he's coming. The Broadway musical is coming to Salt Lake City, and oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Look who it is!
Hey, Michael.
Hi, Michael. That just happens to be the love of my life, folks.
Yes.
Love of my life is tuning in live. I'm so lucky right now.
The other half. Yes, the
buffer half.
The buffer half. Yes, I mean, we don't need to bring up Hamilton and his designs. I'm not wanting.
My husband knows I want to go see that Broadway musical so bad. I can taste it. And my kids want to see it. We love that show. It's coming to Salt Lake City at the end of next month, and getting tickets is so hard and they're so expensive, and this economy is garbage. And so anybody out there selling theirs, hit me up for a discount. I can't buy them at cost.
Why won't they open up more shows then?
Oh, I'm sure they would. I don't think they would change the price though.
What is the price?
I think the cheapest is $199.
$199 per person?
Per person.
And that's like going to see Metallica.
Dave says one day Michael will be hosting this show. You know what? My husband and sorry, honey, if you get, he's not a person that speaks out or likes attention, but he's in the car industry. And I've talked about it on the show before, but his industry has been so poorly, so badly affected by this economy, just like the friends of mine that are in real estate and the friends of mine that own businesses and people who own small businesses, the effect that this economy is having on on the middle class, especially the middle class, and not just, oh, we're the middle class, we can handle it, because there are people that are doing far worse. There's always people doing worse, but the middle class and the small businesses are your employee. They employ you, or they provide you that service that's special to local area. Your local realtor is going to give you so much more information in how to sell or buy in a local market. Your car dealers that are local are going to know the best rates, the banks, your local credit unions, all these things. It is so bad right now for the middle class that the only people buying cars that can afford them usually are people in the upper class, and they're buying because they want a new car or whatever.
Oh,
But
and
it's
army
the
privates.
People who are in need of a car as part of their very ability to function, to go to work, to go to the hospital.
And they boosted
or medicine.
interest rates. Car prices have shot through the roof, coming out of a time when they were giving out free money. So that free money made it so everyone went down and bought cars. All those cars are getting repossessed. Yeah, it's a tough time.
Have you seen the thing? Oh, love the picture, honey. Have you seen the thing going around on the internet right now of the receipt that was taken? Okay. So an immigrant, not legal, from Venezuela left her receipt at a grocery store, and the cashier took a photo. Just to let you know, like, I have it here and I could send it or post it. And I haven't checked the validity of this, but it looks, it's a regular receipt.
Michael, I get reprimanded all the time. Just rewind the show a little bit and you can watch me getting yelled at by her.
Yeah, I don't hold back. But what this is it shows on this receipt an EBT food stamp balance.
Ooh.
For this immigrant. $13,401.82, and the EBT cash balance $4,998.85.
Proud to
Yet
be an American.
Millions of Americans can't afford groceries, gas, and rent.
Oh.
So this is what I'm wondering: how many of you have a food savings of $13,000 that you have access to at any given moment? And I'm especially asking you seniors who have spent your entire lives working in this country.
Print more.
Working in this country, just totally invested into not only maybe a 401k or doing everything right, not living off the government, actually putting money into the government for a social security that you now rely on. How many of you have access of $13,000 to get food?
Wait, well, does Social Security upload something like that?
The families I know that are retired, that are on Social Security, and that is their wage, they're going into debt to buy food and medicine.
I know, it's crazy. The question is how many tons of tar would I need to express myself to our government right now?
Tar?
Let alone,
that thing up.
Let alone
Marie Antoinette
feathers. Yeah, my toy. Play with my toy right now. Sometimes
I don't think the French Revolution even thought about tar and feathers.
Sometimes you just got to play. No, they did tar and feather.
No, I mean when they brought the queen herself out to the square, that wasn't even on their list. For those of you at home that can't see what this is, it's the world's smallest guillotine. It can kill like roaches and
there
stuff.
might be one smaller.
Is this a Christmas tree ornament?
Dude, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
It is now.
It is now. It is now.
Let Katie know.
I could do like a gruesome Christmas tree ornament,
Dude, this is done. We got it. Christmas tree ornament.
A whole bunch of stuff, like a little gallows, little firing squad.
My sweet husband, he's so amazing. He goes to work every single day. He works extremely hard. He's got an incredible team of people that work with him, and I'm just lucky to have him. At the same time, I know that he's seeing front line. You have witnessed front line.
Yep.
Like the world and where we're at right now. This isn't
it's not like we're having a change in like an industrial style revolution
pain.
where where modes of manufacturing or producing changes, we're having an across the board hit.
And this is the thing. This isn't like, okay, I mean, this is detrimental. The amount of homes in foreclosure is getting ridiculous. The amount of cars getting repoed. A friend of mine owns a rent-to-own business, and that business is getting so many repos. How do you go in and repo a mattress from a family?
Not just that, but where do you store it after you repo it? And you can't resell it. It's got,
these
stains.
Folks that I know that own this business they have a heart of gold. And I mean, they're not doing that. But here's the thing, you guys, our children can't even fathom the American dream. They can't even fathom it. They can't imagine it. People in their 20s who are doing everything right and giving their every single second of every single day to their employer cannot even get a loan or own a home. And therefore, they're not even dreaming of it anymore. That is the death of the American dream.
Yep.
If that isn't telling you right now, the road we're on has a terrible ending. We need to change. And I don't care if you hate Donald Trump or RFK. I don't care. At this point, anything is better than where we are and the ridiculous cackling and wannabe chief who is trying to take. If you're a Democrat and you are not livid that the person assuming the role of president right now, she's acting as a president right now. There was no 25th Amendment that got that in place.
I want to talk about that. I want to spend a few minutes to query people.
I just watched Joe Biden get on the wrong airplane. And you guys,
you're just lucky the camera caught it this time.
I'm not. No, this is by design. They are going to make a clown out of him.
Oh.
And this makes me angry because you know what wasn't happening in that clip? Where was all the Secret Service surrounding him, making sure he got up the path? Okay. They left him alone to go up into the wrong airplane, and they stood there and watched him. That wasn't an accident. The camera caught that.
What if
they are making a joke out of him, and they're doing it so they can get away with the coup that they have committed against our current president? A president I am not fond of, but they're acting like they're just now discovering this man is not playing with a full deck. They're liars. They knew it from the beginning.
Well, they were telling us we're wrong for thinking that.
Absolutely. Now they're not protecting him. Now they're not. Now they're putting all this. The fact that they're saying she's the nominee of an election she never won, and Democrats are sitting back being like, yeah, this is fine. This is fine.
Well, okay. Norma
says
working 60 years, saving it all to give it to taxes. Going without is the senior's lifestyle. And it's sad.
Amen. It's true.
One, I think seniors should not have to pay taxes, period. Especially not property. I think property taxes are messed up. No, I think seniors, once they go on retirement, they should not pay. You shouldn't have to.
How do we build roads?
Get money sent back to you.
We should be taxed on your
that they paid their taxes on the money they already gave out. They shouldn't be taxed on money sent back to you that the government stole by force.
Social Security takes taxes or takes Social Security before you pay the tax.
Yeah, but there's still the inflation tax, the hidden tax.
And you shouldn't actually pay tax on a tax.
They shouldn't have to pay any taxes. But I want to, Dave, okay, one last thing, then I want to go on a rant. With my nuclear plan, the government gives you money, not taxes you. That is a soaking dream. Anyways, I would love to see something like that happen, 100%.
The fact that you even have a soaking dream is just disturbing.
You don't even know what it is.
I know exactly what it is.
You probably know what it is. You're just plain dumb. Or were. I want to know how Democrats feel. The party's name is the Democrat Party, meaning they're the party that wants full democracy. And
democracy is exactly what you're seeing right now. It's when
democracy
take everything from you and you get nothing.
Democracy, they were given no democracy in their nominee for president. And I'm telling you what happened. I'm telling you, one night, Jill answered the phone, and it was a call amongst multiple people. We got Pelosi.
Oh no, it was Barack Obama.
I know, I'm getting there. We had Pelosi and Joaquin and of course Barack and maybe even Michelle. And they're all on there, and they're like, okay, you're going to step down, and I'll get to what I think happened a little later. You're going to step down, or we're going to 25th you. And so he's like, okay, I'm going to step down and not run. But I think it bit back, because I think Obama wanted to have an open primary.
I told you last week, I guarantee, because the announcement was made on Joe Biden's Twitter at X, excuse me, and Joe Biden does not run that account. And I think Jean-Pierre, whatever her name is,
Karine Jean-Pierre,
she's always been with she works with, did you know her and Kamala worked together in when she was DA?
I didn't, but no. Yeah. Now it could have been Karine, or it could have been Jill. Jill could have went in and told her, those buggers did this to me, because Jill is proud of her presidency.
That X post, though, is the one that said he endorsed her.
Yep.
And I honestly, my heart, do not believe Barack Obama had any intentions of endorsing her.
Nope.
Or he has his own guy that he thinks would be the best.
Or maybe he just wanted an open primary to see what come out of it. And that would have been a wild primary.
I think he had a guy.
But he probably had someone he supported, but he probably wanted to have some debate. And let's face it.
That post changed the history of this whole thing.
It did. It usurped it all. And I'll bet Barack is so pissed right now that I'll bet he's just walking around and flailing his arms.
Tell me
I don't know
how this
what
woman goes to these polls where she's leading. By the way, I don't believe a damn poll I'm reading. Who is giving these polls? That's number one. What is the class of people, and who are they polling?
The pollsters.
Number two.
Only ask white liberal women the first question. How many cats do you have?
I'm asking Democrats.
4? That's not enough cats. How many cats do you have?
I'm asking Democrats in the most sincere way. Please explain to me how this is okay that you did not get an opportunity to vote for this nominee.
Democracy, yeah.
How did you not get to give your side? And how does this woman all of a sudden become so popular when she was the most despised vice president in the history of America, practically?
And what did she get? 3%? Not
even 3. She got 2.
In the primary.
Writing candidates got more than her.
Like Mickey Mouse was scoring higher.
You guys, this
Homer
is a clown
Simpson.
world, and democracy is that I told you many a time. The word democracy being used by these officials
is how we get
is by design. We're not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic, and the fact that they use that word, and they have been for decades, is absolutely by design. They want it to be a part of your vocabulary and make you think your vote is all knowing. How are all of the Democrats in Twilla County? I'm just going to go to Twilla County. How does this settle with you? How is this okay with you that you don't get a Democrat on the show ballot and actually give your choice? And what about RFK? Why has he not been given a fair option?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't he get an opportunity to actually get on a ballot?
Remember, they initially kicked him out in Florida. The Democrat Party first kicked him out in Florida, and then all the other states followed.
This is a design by this party, and I don't believe they were spiraling. I think they all planned this. The thing that I am so hung up on is that X tweet that Biden put out saying he's not going to run, but he's putting his support behind Kamala. I do not believe that was all agreed upon among all the powers that be in the Democrat Party. I don't think that was the plan. I think it caused them to spiral a little bit, and watch how the media is selling her now. Now she's a black woman.
She's golden.
And now she's this and this and this. And yet 3 years ago, She was an Indian woman. She comes from her mother is Southern Asian. She's an Indian woman. And she was proud of that. She was the first Indian elected as the senator, and she was the most liberal senator in the whole country, folks.
I wouldn't say she was liberal. Maybe if you're using liberal as a modern,
I'm using it in modern day liberal terms.
No, she was totalitarian.
Yes, but they say liberal. The media says liberal.
Liberal has a meaning. No, she was keeping guys in prison. She got hit by the Supreme Court with a charge, not a charge, but they said what you're doing is
she wanted them for their free labor.
Well, yeah, I mean, slave owners are going to slave own, but she wanted them for which she descends from slave owners on both sides, but she got hit for what is it? Cruel, unusual, and inhumane punishment.
And two, the sentence didn't fit the crime. It was that
she got a lot of what do they call them? Brady violations for not
Democrats,
passing.
Look up her history. Look up her history with Black Americans from San Francisco.
Oh, she targeted
and the state of California.
Targeted single Black mothers on truancy. All sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Ridiculously.
Norma says she's owned by the powers above Biden.
The whole system is a mess. And if you don't like Trump, I'm asking at this point to just consider where we are right now and where you were 4 years ago. Because like him or hate him, his policy was better for Americans like you than any policy we have seen. Or since Clinton.
Or keep going down this path. We'll see where it ends. Yeah.
It ends when you don't have a vote. Right now, we are watching in real time. Democrats just had all their votes stripped from them.
It was just, they gutted the Democrats. And they are it's fantastic. And the Democrats
against President Biden. And you know, when he gets to speak at you guys at the DNC, can you imagine if a sitting president who decides on their own to endorse another candidate
I just thought
at the convention, and they give him a second to speak on the first day, early in the day, he gets a second to speak, and then you won't hear from him the entire convention. Do you think
they're going to actually have him speak at the convention?
He's on the list.
I bet money.
It's Monday, and it's early in the day.
I bet.
This is unprecedented.
No, he's losing. He's falling apart quick. Like he's crashing.
No, they're letting you see it.
Well, yes,
he's been falling apart since he took office.
He's doing the regular dementia because they start out slow and then they collapse fast, like
Jared,
immediately.
No one's protecting him anymore.
Do you think they're going to let him speak? Because this will be at their convention. Or do you think they'll have him just stand up there and they'll have like a voice recorded AI
need it to look like this is on the up and up.
Oh, this is going to be the best.
And now she won't do an interview, folks. She won't do an interview, but she'll give speeches. Oh, the significance of the passing of time and unburdened by what has been. Somebody told her to quit laughing because she stopped laughing. How about the Black interviewer group, the Black press, who invited President Trump to come and speak.
And Kamala.
And they invited Kamala, and they told Trump Kamala would be there. Who showed up?
Mm-hmm.
He walked into enemy territory. Donald Trump sat there, and he explained why he has been good to the Black American, to the
well, he got a couple
American.
of cheers out of the group.
He has gotten cheers because Black Americans
I think Black men are seeing what is what. I think
Black women are seeing. They didn't even get to choose her.
Anyways.
And their lives are not better. Their lives are not better.
No, nobody's life is better. No.
I would love, if you are a Democrat and you watch this show, first of all, thank you for putting up with us, for putting up with me. But I would love to hear from a Democrat, and you can be anonymous or you can just not be. But I want to hear your honest thoughts about this choice as the Democrat nominee.
Shoot me your messenger address. I'll send you a link. We'll have you come on. We want to hear what the Democrats have to say.
I have to know. And I mean, and I promise there'll be no argument there. I'm not trying to start a fight. Do contact Jared if you feel like you need a neutral person.
Oh, yeah. We'll schedule a show around you.
Know why or what your thoughts are, because what I'm hoping is the Democrats who cannot get behind her, and maybe they'll support RFK. You know, maybe he is more what you could go for and you could stomach, or maybe you're just not going to go to the polls this year. Maybe you're just going to back out and go, look, I'm not going to even participate. And again, I reiterate, caring about politics on a daily is a luxury for people, because for us to argue here, so many people are barely able to pay their bills. They don't have the luxury of arguments like this, or to even pay attention to what's happening nationally and to pay attention to what the media is doing. But the media is absolutely compliant, and they are bending over in twisted pretzel shapes. Have you seen the thing about calling the JD Vance Trump weird? Have you seen this?
Yeah.
That's what they're running on.
But I love that the right takes that and memes it out and has like that Department of Energy guy.
Keep in mind, the right. I was never a fan of X when it was Twitter. I thought it was an absolute dumpster fire. And I was afraid of AI. But I've seen some crap come out on AI where I'm like, take my money, take the planet. This is good stuff. Have you seen the "It's Black, It's White" from the Michael Jackson song? Bro.
Well, and then you've got the
it's all Kamala Harris, because she will play whatever role.
Oh yeah.
She came up.
Well,
came up in California as the black DA and all of this. And then when she was running with Biden, she was Indian. And you know, I don't care what color she is, honestly. I really, really don't.
Well, she panders.
But this is the way that this party and this regime has sold her.
Well, Democrats have always done that. They've actually done studies that when left-wing people speak in front of minority crowds, they change the way they speak for them.
Saw that
even AOC did. Like, she goes and
Hillary
talks
Clinton.
in front of, I carry hot sauce in my purse. Oh, jeez.
I don't know about that, she said. It was so.
Can I get an amen?
Ridiculous.
But the
human beings,
conservative side talks the same no matter where they are. And it's a pandering thing. But
and the only thing they had to say was that JD Vance is weird. You know why they did that? I guarantee they did it because they're trying to get in front of what people are saying about Kamala.
Or they're just trying
to. Or the whole situation is weird, and they're going to try to take that from them.
They're trying to form a narrative, any narrative. They're trying to plant in.
And they're writing it
so
with the
that
press.
Yes, they're trying to write it in so that when someone who doesn't know what's going on sees JD Vance, the image that pops in their mind is the word weird. That's what they're trying to do. Instead of with Kamala, you know, if the right wing had any media, they should have the image of slave owner, because that's what she did when she was the district attorney.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what she did when she held those guys in jail so that they could fight wildland fires, so they could be, what do they call them?
Free labor.
Hot shots. She held them in long past their time to get out of jail and prison or whatever.
Crush their appeals, crush their options.
She held them in there so she had free labor.
And if you don't follow Judge Joe Brown on Twitter,
dude, he's fantastic.
Follow.
But I've always liked Judge Joe Brown just because he's got a fine mustache.
And he's been in law forever, and he actually was there when she was the DA and then turned into the AG. And he absolutely goes off
Mhm.
on her. Now, if you don't know JD Vance, the vice presidential pick watch his movie Hillbilly Elegy. It's a movie based on his life, on a book that he wrote, Elegy, Elegi. It's on Netflix, and watch it. It gives you a little bit of where he's coming from and his actual experience. I think we had a comment. Norma actually says the democracy equals the evil empire from Star Wars. You can't. This is democracy is always the start before
They have attacked me
socialism,
and scarred my
fascism.
face.
Do we have a comment on YouTube?
No, that was that one we read earlier. It was that one from Peace Be With You.
Gotcha. The whole idea, guys, is that they're teaching you a narrative. They're trying to sell her to the powers of the powerful people, which are you, the voter. They're trying to sell it. And the problem they're getting is that how do you polish a turd? She was never.
With a lot of hot tua.
Okay. Inappropriate. She was never popular. She was never liked. Look at her approval rating as vice president the entire time. And they decide to oust Joe Biden in the darkness of night after they let him go on stage knowing it was going to be a dumpster fire. They're the ones that called for the debate well before conventions. You guys, that was unprecedented. And I said it back then. It's the earliest debate they've ever had. And especially before nominees were even chosen or actually officially chosen by parties.
That debate was fun to watch, though.
Before conventions.
Well, no, it was
that the Democrat Party planned. They planned it. They gave Trump all the rules, and he abided by all the rules, knowing they were going to expose Joe Biden to the world. And the media was ready.
Do you think that was the
shock and awe?
So absolutely. That was the plan from the start.
Absolutely.
Well, we've been saying for 2 years. I have personally been saying for 2 years that he is suffering with dementia. Too many signs were there. I had a step grandmother that had dementia, and I saw how they acted. And he's got a brain wasting disease in there.
And it's horrific. It's horrific. And we've watched elder abuse be on display. And I hate to have empathy for Joe Biden because I think his younger self was just as destructive. But the fact that he is being paraded out for the last 3 years like he knows what he's doing when the media knows he doesn't know what he's doing. Mm-hmm. And they have kept their mouths shut about it.
No, they didn't keep their mouths shut. They told us we were wrong.
Yes.
They told us, don't believe your lying eyes.
Look over here. He's fine. He's fine. Everybody's fine. You guys, everybody's fine. Oh, no, he's fine.
Everyone
they lied to your faces, and they're continuing to do it. And I don't even watch right-wing media. I don't have to. I'm not blind. I'm watching what's happening. And why won't Kamala do an interview, you guys? Because what can even the press design to protect her? What can they ask her?
Maybe caused by syphilis. You know, that's been a big... I remember when I was younger, I come across that story where they think that Hitler and Stalin both had like mid-late stage syphilis that had gotten into their brains. And that's why they were so authoritarian and tyrannical.
Yeah,
and
I don't think you have to go there. You guys, rampant. It's rampant. Dementia is something that happens to 80-year-old people. And it's happening. I think every one of us is affected by it.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhere in our family. And we watch how destructive it is and the devastation. And it's such a sad, sad illness. But it is happening. And it's happening. And it's dementia and Alzheimer's. I mean, I lost my grandmother. I have sympathy for any family that is struggling with this. And I don't even have to go there.
Except I don't have sympathy for Jill and Hunter because they're
compliant. They're complacent. They're compliant and complacent.
They leveraged him so that they could continue their power hungry and money hungry lifestyle.
In my head, and I could be totally wrong, and I'm willing to accept that. But I have a feeling, and it was happening during the Democrat debate early on. Obama sat down with the powers that be, the billionaires that are going to donate, and they decided it's going to be Joe Biden. And Kamala was never on the list.
That's
never.
the only one that could be stomached
and
by
Joe
most
Biden
of the country.
said, I promise to pick a black woman as my VP. He said that, folks. It's not that Trump is saying that she's a DEI hire. Of course she's a DEI hire. Biden actually said, I promise to pick a black woman. So there was that. But I think they sat him down and they said, Joe, you're going to do everything we tell you to do. And he said, I sure am, because he was already suffering. And he sat down with his wife and he's like, as long as he plays ball, you guys are going to be, you're going to be the first lady and you're going to parade out and you're going to have everything and blah, blah, blah. And she bought in then, knowing her husband was not fully there. Maybe it's because of corn pop back in the day.
I think she bought in because she's like, my family's going to get more rich off of this.
Absolutely.
This is how we maintain this. We build this
a family that has been getting wealth based on selling the office of the vice presidency,
selling the senatorship.
Everything.
Delaware is the most, financially corrupt state. It's a state where all of your shady fly-by-night credit cards are located. All of them in Delaware. If you get a credit card notice in the mail and it says it comes from Delaware, do not sign up for that credit card, because that's where the shady ones come from.
But what I think happened is I think this was a plan, because Biden would do whatever they told him to do. But now they're in a twisted pretzel, because now I think the guy she'll choose as VP is governor, I think, of Pennsylvania.
Shapiro.
Shapiro is actually a Jew.
But they've got. Hold on. Do you know why they're going to pick that?
He's not been pushing for the ceasefire. Like he's pushing for Israel.
But do you know why they would pick him?
To try to bring in.
They've got to get that Jewish
kicked out.
They've got to get the Jewish vote back.
Yes, but does it give you your vote? Does it give you clarity? Because how far is he going to change? He's been a senator or a governor that has stood for the rights of Israel to protect themselves.
Not hard though. He hasn't been super hard outspoken.
I'm telling you guys, it's theater. We're watching political theater.
Oh,
we just saw a coup happen in our own government, and we can't scream loud enough at how inappropriate it is. And if I'm willing to stand up for Democrats around me, why aren't Democrats willing to stand up for themselves? Like, you should get to choose your nominee.
You should get to choose a nominee also that has a chance.
If it's Kamala, legit, why has the Democrat Party not requested a primary ballot or a change? Why haven't Democrats asked for the 25th Amendment to be invoked? If that, in fact, is what is happening, why is the VP of this country meeting with leaders, world leaders? Why? You have a president who is sitting. He's my president as much as he is yours. I want to know what in the hell is happening, folks.
I don't know. This is the big show.
I should calm down. My husband would tell me to calm down. Okay, life is driving. What's up with the Saturday stream?
There's been changes in the life, so we couldn't do last night because I was stuck out at work until about 7:30, and it would have run us into super late. So.
And I have to say that Jared normally has been a business owner and has decided to go back into.
I'm still a business owner, but now I'm back
into the private industry and working for the man.
Working for the man, slaving.
But you guys, what we started the show off with is this economy is affecting all of us. And we want to keep the show going. And of course, we have KMMU still with us and working with us. And we're grateful for that.
We've been talking to him. There's going to be some changes, but all that'll be announced when we iron it out.
Thank you for asking, Adam.
Yep. Okay, we have Will coming on now.
Okay,
Holly needs to
introduce
meditate
Will.
for a minute. Holly, just.
I have to ask Will to forgive me because I got a lot fired up.
We're going to have to separate Will's portion from our previous show. So Will is not.
I would like to say that I had the honor of meeting Will and his beautiful wife while we were in, I think I told you, at the RNC. He was a guest of Rob Axon, our state party, and they decided to come out. And these are Californians.
We'll bring him in now.
And I got to meet him in an Uber of all places and found out that he and his wife are people I have to know the rest of my life. And Will, I hope that you might share where people can find you, and then we've got it in the show notes. You're at Will. I'm getting an echo.
I'm keep talking.
Will is not only somebody that is an educator, he's a member of California's citizenry. So he's going to fill us in on what's happening there. That actually, like Jared said, 10 years ago, what was happening in California has come to Utah. I think it's going to be more rapid that it comes to Utah. I think we're in fast forward right now with bad policy, especially with the government the way it is. And then Will's also, as an educator, has decided to create a curriculum that is actually parent friendly. Not only that, but is a wealth of knowledge for your child that helps them grow to be a successful and productive adult, where they actually have knowledge of not only the world around them, but the key knowledge that what you're looking for when you're educating a child that doesn't involve that social justice crap. And I don't want to speak for you, Will. I'm excited. Welcome, Will Roosh. And I'm so excited to have you and be talking to you again. And this is Jared.
I will.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, it's great to see you, Holly. Thanks for bringing me on. Yeah, let's get into it because there's a lot.
Okay, we didn't have you for a second, but we have you now. So, what do you want to start out with? Do you want to talk about your curriculum, or would you like to talk about the laws in California that have just happened?
I'll go wherever you guys want to go. I mean, I've been in education for 17 years, so I've watched the, lack of a better term, the woke policies just really take hold in real time, take hold over from the College of Education all the way down. And it starts in New York and California, and then, kind of spreads its tentacles, as Elon Musk calls it, that mind virus, which is essentially, Marxism. It really is, and I've resisted that, like, kind of going down that pathway and the way it's thinking, but I'm resisting the inevitable of the reality of what it is.
Yeah, it's
mind virus is real.
Oh, it's an insane time. We were talking earlier, how California about 15 years ago started suffering through rolling brownouts.
Yep. Yeah.
And there's always been that saying here in Utah that give it 10 years and what California does will come here.
And Europe is it's like give it a decade. Also, what is happening in Europe, you're going to see on our shores as well.
Yeah, but we started seeing rolling brownouts here just this summer. And it's like, man, I wish people weren't right.
Yeah.
Well, the irony is, I think it was a year ago, Gavin Newsom announced how by 2035 or something, he won't be allowing internal combustion engine cars, electric only. And then, like, the same week was like the largest rolling brownouts because they didn't have enough of the power grid. Like,
he came out.
It's walking hypocrisy.
He came out the same week and requested people don't charge their electric cars.
Right.
And he said 2030. And you want to know something interesting about California? One of our House of Representatives is an actual environmental engineer. That's what he does for a living. And he was explaining the EPA standards in Utah. We have a lot of refineries here in Salt Lake, major refineries that are highly productive. They're all the time. And for the clean air, and we also live in a bowl. Salt Lake Valley is a bowl surrounded by mountains. And what happens in a bowl? Science, inversion. And so people were blaming the dirty air because of these refineries, and our legislators were, of course, thinking, how do we make the air quality better in Utah? And then who else better to chime in on this was an environmental engineer. And he starts looking into it, and he's looking at the EPA standard, and he said, you would have to get rid of every air conditioner, every vehicle, every fire, anything propane in order, and even then you wouldn't meet the EPA standard. I said, well, how does California get away with it? To go fully electric? They've got they've got these plans in 2030. And he said, because they promised to.
Yeah.
They're working on it. That's all they have to give the EPA in order to get away with what they get away with. We can never physically, in the Valley of Utah in Salt Lake City, we could never, ever end an inversion unless we plowed all our mountains down.
Rio Tinto's working on that, though.
He's not local. He doesn't probably know who that is.
It's a developer /
We have a
mine.
great big, huge copper mine in one of the mountains.
Yeah, it's promising these things because they sound good and nothing's really getting done. I think that, innovation could happen, maybe greater solar batteries or something like that. Like there is stuff that could happen for sure. But unless the technology's there now, then what are we doing? Even like in the Green New Deal, they didn't include nuclear.
We had a whole discussion on nuclear before you joined us.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Norma, it's just a discussion. I don't want you to get into it, but the ins and outs. We've got a huge West Desert out here and would love to see some nuclear power. And I know that our current Senate candidate is on the climate caucus, and I think maybe you went to that event.
No, I didn't.
You missed it. That was an awesome event. But he has actually brought up the fact that we need nuclear power, and we also need to work with oil and gas in conjunction with whatever climate plans they have, because without oil and gas, you can't create the very things you're trying to power, solar, wind. You can't even make those things without petroleum, right?
Yeah, and in my curriculum, I actually just put together like one of the videos that I'm going to be releasing where I talk about climate change, and I say like, imagine a sustainable energy, world, and then I show the reality of the mining that comes in for all the minerals that go into solar panels and things like that. What do you do? Like, there's a shelf life of solar panels, and I think solar is great, but it's not perfect. Like everything's going to have its cost. There's no free lunch. So what do you do with the solar panels when they're done? Well, they're filling up landfills and things like that. You have to mine for all that stuff, and
they're also toxic.
Solar panels. Yeah, there's just, wind, the wind turbines, they're massive, and then what happens when they break? Where do you do with all this? Especially the mining thing. Did you guys read was it Sulfur Red? It's the name of the book now escapes me. But it's about the mines in the Congo for.
Absolutely. That children are the ones who are usually mining. They've destroyed absolute villages, cities in order to mine this stuff. And I think it's just, again, a walking hypocrisy to go fully electric by 2030. These people are actually, by wanting this and by pushing this, they're agreeing to mining the rainforest in Brazil. I mean, you want to talk about destruction? It's a pretzel they've gotten themselves into. And the amount of mining it would take to make all the vehicles electric is astronomical, and it would destroy countries like the Congo and, well, the whole region in Africa, plus Brazil. They don't want to do it in our backyard because it would destroy huge parts of American soil.
Well, they want it. They're fine with it as long as it's done elsewhere that they can hide from taking recognition for.
Which is what's happening. It's Cobalt Red is the name of the book. Siddharth Kaur is the author. It just escaped me. But it's like, women with like babies on their backs chopping away at in these cobalt mines, breathing this stuff in, little kids who are breathing this stuff in and dying, and that's what's powering these electric cars and stuff. Apparently in Utah, there is a big cobalt mine that we could probably give people really good PPE and stuff like that. We could do that. So we can mine cobalt and do it in a more sustainable way as far as like the humanity of individuals, but then we have to pay a lot more and people don't want to pay a lot more. So it's a lot of like just putting on those blinders, like you said, Jared. Just put on those blinders. As long as it's over there, then I can put the solar panels on my roof and drive my Tesla, and I can feel good that I'm helping the environment. Like, I have a Tesla, but it's not to help the environment. It's to save on gas prices, because gas is like $5.50 a gallon out here.
Oh, well, the fact is no energy right now is cheaper than the combustible gases. Nothing. That's the cheapest energy, and that's
Unless
why we
go
rely on it.
nuclear, right?
Nuclear would be cheaper.
It's not cheap to build, but
there's a barrier, and the big barrier to entry is people who are
infrastructure too.
are afraid of nuclear.
Yeah,
that's our
3 Mile Island and Chernobyl
Mhm.
like concept of, but a lot of those were really old, right? I mean, they were
Well,
older than the 1970s.
Yeah, and they were mistakes.
Yeah.
Both of them were human error that caused it. France,
And both were in countries that didn't regulate like the United States.
well,
Good or bad.
3 Mile Island
Good
was
or bad.
in the U.S.
Yeah,
Right.
It was in Virginia.
Wasn't that in 1970?
Sure. But no, it was human error that caused it. And France has proven that nuclear is doable on a nationwide level. They get some 89% of their energy from nuclear.
Dare I say that AI could very well be a help
Controls, safeties, all that. So, but I want to talk about your education system you're building, and first to get a background on you.
Yeah.
So you've been a teacher for 17 years. What did you mostly specialize in?
Social studies. So U.S. history, government, economics, mostly for like seniors in high school. And you know, when people find out I'm a school teacher in California, they're like, "Oh, so you're like a social justice warrior."
You're like one of them. Teacher, huh?
You look too young to have been in education for 17 years.
Oh,
you gotta have gray hair somewhere. How is this possible?
Yeah. I love the job, but I was always like a round peg and surrounded by square holes. Like I never fit into education, but I like the idea of learning. I think it's a great way to solve problems and things like that. But it's a wacky world, the world of teachers. I just never fit in with them.
Let me explore a few thoughts. Please. You're leaning conservative, am I correct?
Well, let me ask, like, what's even that
I think he's an independent.
I'm registered as an independent, but like, I mean, I think that the whatever was the center has gotten so skewed that I guess I would say I'd lean more conservative now.
Yeah. Well, I think the center has gotten smaller.
Yeah. I don't think our positions have changed. I think that just what gets labeled as conservative has changed.
Well, that's true, but in the school district, there's definitely a defined conservative, and that's anything that's not a devout follower of that prophet Karl Marx.
Can I just say that you're teaching seniors, and this is something that senior high schoolers, not citizens, but what I loved when we had our first discussion was it's not that you had to teach a certain curriculum per se. It was how you were teaching it. You were teaching actual critical thinking skills. You were challenging your students to come up with their own conclusions, not driven by any side of social justice. It was very, I mean, you would be probably in California, they'd probably consider you probably more Republican than Democrat, but merely on the fact that you are a free thinking individual who doesn't follow in step with the norms. You're trying to teach critical thinking and let the child come up with what they want.
Not just in California, in Utah as a teacher, if you're not following the message, then you're considered.
I'm just saying what really stuck out to me about him was it wasn't about what he's teaching. Yes, we all should learn history. We all should learn mathematics and science. Mm-hmm. But the conversations that happen organically in a classroom is some teachers will follow the norm and teach their views. Other teachers will inspire kids to share and see their own views into an actual conclusion so that they get to form their own opinions and ideals in a natural way.
Yeah. Well, I'm an independent myself. I'm an independent libertarian type.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, anarchist libertarian type. I'm a crazy person on the outskirts, but that's interesting to me. Did you, as you taught that, especially in a social studies or in one of the humanities, did you find a lot of flack while you did that?
Yes, but Oh, it was always just like whispers, because when someone would confront me on something, my approach is just to ask questions and I'm informed. So it would very quickly, they would just like kind of crumble and walk away. Like we had an assembly on gun violence or something like that. And one of the teachers, like the English teacher, leaned over and she's like, I just can't believe it. Like you can walk into any department store and just get a machine gun and just walk out. And I was like, no, you can't. I was like, what show me where that's the case. And she's like, it's not. I was like, no. I was like, do you even know what a machine gun is? I was like, what is a machine gun? What's a semi-automatic and what's an
Thank
automatic,
you.
Nancy?
Thank you.
And she was like, I don't know. And she just walked away. So I think like the message got out, like the idea got out really quickly that like if they have a problem with me, like I don't want bad ideas. So that's where like the critical thinking comes in. Is like if I'm wrong on something, then prove me wrong.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna land on my ideas for a reason. You know, I say my classroom's a safe space, which is a phrase that got co-opted. It's a safe space from judgment, not challenge. I'm going to challenge your ideas. So I've had kids who are Marxists, and I've had kids who are super like, you know, like borderline like racist on like the extreme like alt-right, whatever you want to say. Like, and I just like challenge them by asking them questions. It's Socratic method stuff. But what's cool is at the end of the year, the kids come to me and they're like, "Oh, I love this," because I wasn't made to feel like I was a bad person because I had these views, you know. And because it's like, hey, you're just figuring out the world, so am I. We're all just trying to figure out the world, and some of us might be a little bit more informed than others. So that's a great resource to just learn from each other, and making that the like okay, making that the norm in the classroom is like kids okay to ask questions, because a lot of kids have questions about like a lot of the crazy third rail stuff, race and gender and stuff like that. And they're scared to ask questions because if you ask a question, you're a bigot. Curiosity makes you bad in school. That seems so antithetical to what education is supposed to be all about. And it just seems like it's everywhere. There's questions
That's
you're not
wild.
allowed to ask in school.
Yeah, that is crazy. And the humanities have been particularly hit by that message where kids aren't allowed to explore and grow, I guess, naturally. They go in, they get stamped with the different stamps of how they're supposed to believe and coughed out the other side.
But can I add to that? A lot of students, regardless of what's in here and what they've been taught and raised, a lot of students will agree with the professor because their grade depends on it. So they will write papers that'll get them A's instead of challenging that professor, challenging that teacher. And that's something that absolutely is a problem in education. Kids should have a safe space. And as long as they're doing the particular assignment correctly in the method that is supposed to be taught, why this essay, regardless of the content of the essay or whether or not their teacher agrees with it or not, did they do the right expectation to earn the right fair grade? And right now, there are activist teachers, professors rampant in this country who are punishing kids who disagree.
Yeah, or you get the kids that go in there, disagree, keep their mouth shut, but then they no longer trust that education has any value in the world.
Yeah,
I'll be honest, I've got a strong leaning that way. Like right now, I kind of want to tear down our schools right after we tear down our media.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm kind of with you, Jared. Like, and I've been in it, so that's essentially why I built the platform. I do think education is important. I don't necessarily think that school in the system of schooling, K through 12 system, is what's needed. I think it's clear about the way it was designed. I'm sure you know, from like the Prussian military and the Rockefellers to build compliant workers.
Horace Mann brings it over, and
yeah, I always say it exchanges curiosity for compliance, and
yes.
I think that the decentralization of school is what's happening now with a lot of charters and a lot of homeschooling and unschooling. I think that's exactly what I'm leaning into, because I was in it. I've been in the system for 17 years. Private school, public school, charters, and everything like that. So I've seen what works and what doesn't. And I think that education is important. I think that having kids be informed is important. And parents can't do all that, so they do have to outsource it to people that they trust. But when Holly, when you're talking about the political stuff, like writing papers and things. I had students who did that exact thing. I don't know if I told you the story, but like I had students who were like, oh, my English teacher, he just hates Trump so much. He has, Black Lives Matter stickers and stuff like that on his computer. And they're like, I just know that if I write a bad paper, but I say Trump stinks, then he'll give me a good grade. And if I write a good paper and I say Trump is good, and I was like, so test it out. I was like, test it out. You're fine. It's just one grade. Test it out. So they did it, and they were absolutely right. And that speaks to something really, really powerful, because that was a bit of a gamble, but it speaks to something powerful. I had James Lindsay on my podcast a while back, and he said he talked to a Black college student who said that he was intentionally turning in poorly written papers and getting A's on it. And it's like, well, he's doing that consciously, but how many students who might be like a minority, or they're, in some marginalized group or deemed marginalized group, that are being like given all this leeway as opposed to being held to a high standard? What's going to serve them most in their life? It's not going to serve a kid to give them an A on not an A paper, and then they go out into the world and they can't hang. They misspell things in emails and stuff, and they get fired. That's not serving them. It's like this toxic compassion thing that's happening in education, where it's, oh, you poor thing, you're this marginalized kid, so it's okay to come in late, and then we'll give you an A just for trying. That's not helping these kids. These kids need, high standards. And I think young people live up or down to expectations. The expectations are just so low.
Yeah, I agree. I think our higher education system has a sickness. Mm-hmm. It's a sickness. It's an ideological sickness. I consider progressivism a new religion, and it acts like it. And especially our education, higher education, educating the educators, has that sickness real bad, where that person, that teacher that was given good grades just because they said negative things towards Trump, they probably honestly believed that was a good paper just on ideological bounds. It touched them in their feels, so they wouldn't have recognized if there were flaws in the paper.
The bias is on both sides. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. I mean, but like John McWhorter, the Columbia professor and stuff, has talked about that it's a religion. The social justice stuff is a religion, and actually started in like the new atheist circles. Because if you give up your understanding of right and wrong and a moral foundation of the world, something's got to fill it in. Well, racism's bad. We all know racism's bad. So fighting racism is good. And it has this like simplified, very new model of religion, but that's why people are very devout. And the same way you can't change the mind of someone who's devout in like a religious faith. Very, very difficult anyway. The same way you're not going to change the mind of a lot of these people who are of this social justice religion.
Yeah. Some people worship at the altar of climate change.
Yeah.
Climate change is the same thing.
It's filled in that religious gap. And I've seen
it falls under the progressive religion. Progressivism is a religion. It has its priests. It has everything. It has all the hallmarks of a religion.
Yeah, which is so crazy, because I've actually always I don't like the fact that word's been co-opted, because I've always thought of myself as a progressive in the sense that we can't merely look to the past to build a better future. So let's progress forward. There's a lot of beautiful things in like the history of progressivism, civil rights and stuff like that. But you have to get the yin and yang. You have to get the balance. I think about, like, there was Martin Luther King in the civil rights movement, and then there was Stokely Carmichael. So Martin Luther King is like judged by the content of character, not the color of skin. Mm-hmm. And then the conservatives are like, okay, cool, we can go along with that. And then Stokely Carmichael was like, tear down all of America and build a socialist utopia. And they're like, no, it's almost like it's like a doorman at a club. It's like, you can come in, you can't. That's a great role for conservatives to play, because the progressives are going to have a whole bunch of ideas. Some are going to be wacky, but some are going to be good. And then the conservatives act as like a filter, like a sieve to weed out the bad from the good. And then we have this balance between conservative and liberal that I think is really, really important. But when the wackiness gets so far on one side, then to get that balance, sometimes the wackiness has to come up on the other side. And I do worry about that. I don't know if you saw with everything happening with this boxer, this boxing in the Olympics thing. Michael Knowles, who's like a political pundit and stuff like that, said something like Democrats think men should box women. some like centrists think that women should box women, and conservatives think that women shouldn't box. I was like, what? Well, women's boxing is like now you're saying women shouldn't participate in certain sports, and like I worry about that element getting wacky just to meet the wackiness on the other side. But.
You're right. I'm very concerned,
and conservative, and I absolutely believe women should be able to play any sport they like against other women. I
brought this up on the show. I'm concerned about a backlash. I'm concerned because I brought up on this show all the playbook right now being played against the conservatives in the federal market were honed during COINTELPRO against the anti-war left in the 60s. Everything in the playbook was honed and practiced and done there. And the reason that you didn't see the Weather Underground, what's that guy's name, Obama's mentor, the reason you didn't see him go to jail is because the FBI broke the law and got the fruit of the poison tree. Was it Avery? Was that his name? Anyways, the reason you didn't see those guys go to jail is because the FBI broke the law to catch them.
And it's been doing it repeatedly.
And they're doing the exact same thing this way against the other side. And I'm worried we're dealing with the progressive backlash from the 60s. I'm worried in the next 10, 15 years, we're going to see the conservative backlash when the progressives are proven to be unfaithful and unfit for what they're doing. The progressives are going to rise. They're going to gain power. They're going to gain the youth vote. And then we're going to see it come back. And I would like to see us.
You think Biden's not a progressive?
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying. I want us to stop when we hit the middle, when we hit a fulcrum, and stop there, because this pendulum swinging is just getting radical.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, all the stuff that happened, like, it's funny because, a history teacher looks a lot like, or a historian looks a lot like a conspiracy theorist. You bring up stuff like MK Ultra or Operation Mockingbird. People are like, why do you think that the news is doing, X, Y, and Z to help the government? I was like, well, Operation Mockingbird is a real thing. They're like, what's that? Or Operation, why do you question, like when the Ukraine thing was happening, like, why are you questioning why we're going over Ukraine? And I just started rattling off weapons of mass destruction, Gulf of Tonkin, the USS Maine for the Spanish-American War. And they were like, what do you mean? I was like, those were all false flags that got us into war.
Yep.
Told you would love him.
Yep. They all 100% death. Let's not get me down that track. We're supposed to talk about your homeschool program. We'd be here for days.
We'll get to it because he's super smart. But the word progressive, the word conservative, the word liberal, they've all been weaponized by the media. And when we talk about the media is in the First Amendment, which they've abused that. They've become the fourth arm of the government. And yet, when it's an amendment, we should all be able to talk about what's going on. I want to get into this thing about the boxing thing because, you've got to either stand up now. I mean, if I was going to tell women in boxing right now, I would say you stand up now against this and you do not participate and you make a mockery of it. Or you stand, and these women have worked their entire lives for this moment, in this moment, at these games, to prove who they are and to be slapped down by this pretzel that this party, that this ideal has got everyone into. It's bigger than what we're even thinking, but this is the moment, because this isn't swimming. This isn't 2 lanes to see who's fastest. This is watching a man beat the hell out of a woman.
Is it a man
for
though?
A medal.
I've heard it's one of those intersex things.
Yes, she had XY chromosomes.
She's got what do you call it? Retracted gonads. That's how I heard the medical term.
Yeah, like male and female sex organs or something like that. And then I think something along the lines of, I guess it's all going to come out, but something along the lines of had the male parts and the external male parts removed at a young age, was raised female. I think that I've had 9 different transgender people on the podcast because it's something that I think that we have to sort out as a society, and it's really, really tricky. And if they're willing to come on my podcast and get asked questions or be asked questions, then they're reasonable. There's a lot of reasonable trans people out there that are like, look, I had Buck Angel on my podcast and become a friend.
Oh yeah. He is the leader, or Buck Angel isn't one of those that says, call me a he or a she, but the leader of the anti-weirdo movement.
Yeah. I mean, but he, I call him a he too because he's 62 years old, and it's like,
Mhm.
look, he says like, I'm biological female, but I was super depressed. I'm just living my life. I'm not trying to push anything on you. You can call me whatever you want, but can I just live my life? It's very libertarian. Like, can I just live my life?
Yeah.
So strongly against life-saving child affirming or life-saving.
yeah.
What is it called? Gender affirming care.
Yeah,
like
he's been
child mutilation.
excommunicated from the tribe because of that.
And is against like this stuff, but so even if so I try to go at that as a fairness issue, because I also had Mac Beggs on my podcast, who was a biological female, transitioned to male through high school, and is very clearly like something like there's miswiring in his brain, her brain. It's his brain, okay? Because there's something so different that are depressed, but they take the testosterone and stuff like that. But anyway, biological female, wanted to wrestle against the boys. And Texas, where he's from, said, no, you have to wrestle against the girls. Like, that's not fair. Like, I'm on puberty blockers and things like that. I'm just like, testosterone is like flowing through my body naturally, even to make me this way. Like, it's not fair. So he would come out to wrestle the girls and being booed. It's like, I don't want to be here either. Then went to college and wrestled in the guys division. And instead of being state champion, would get like on the podium sometimes with like a bronze medal and was like, but I earned this. This is the one that feels right to me. I don't know. I think that people are more okay. There's also a Thai boxer over in Thailand named Nong Rose, who is a biological male, transitioned to female, but stayed boxing the dudes and has a huge following because it's like this chick with like fake boobs and like a sports bra knocking dudes out. And it's like they're at a disadvantage because now they're pumping estrogen into their biological male body. So they're at a disadvantage. And Mac went through puberty to at least some puberty as a female. So at a disadvantage. I think people are more okay with that than I think it's a fairness issue. So even if this person is intersex, they still have elevated elements of elevated testosterone. They might have thicker bone density and stuff like that, where muscle mass lands and stuff like that. Just men are physically stronger as a whole. I mean, Are you aware of Fallon Fox? The story of Fallon Fox.
Yeah,
that was another one. And Fallon Fox fought a girl that I knew, Erica Newsom, and knocked her out in like a brutal way.
Didn't he break her orbital
socket, right?
Yeah.
And broke it. Broke
it was like a tie
bones in her face.
Mm-hmm. But didn't have to reveal, because it was California, didn't have to reveal that they had lived for 27 years, went through full puberty as a man. And so this is, but then Ashley Evans Smith beat Fallon Fox, and people said like, see, so there is no advantage. It's like, no. Like, just because there are a lot of women who can beat me in tennis or something like that. But the best tennis players, Serena Williams, I think played like ranked like 300th tennis player and lost in straight sets.
Right. So, and she even says, I will lose. It'll be 6-love, and I will lose because men hit harder. They're faster. They endure longer. Hey, you actually brought up a female who transitioned in her youth. Can you talk about that? Yeah, because that was really heartbreaking, and what she's doing now.
Yeah. So Chloe Cole came on my podcast. We talked for like 2 hours. I was like holding back tears because that's the age of the kids that I teach. When she was 13, she got a smartphone and just always felt like a weirdo. Didn't feel like she fit in. But then on social media, it was pushing a lot of this gender stuff, and was like, you know what? I think I'm trans. I think I'm just weird. Young girls go through a lot of like body discomfort and stuff like that. That's super normal. Like, I don't like the way my body looks, especially if they're like tomboyish. So,
and young girls are more prone to social viruses.
Yeah, that's Abigail Schreier's book is really good on that.
It's a caveman thing for us. Social young girls, that's how they formed into the caveman days, into holding the community together. So they are very prone to social, and that's where I think teachers need to be the defense to stand in the way of social viruses.
Yeah, to get them.
But how do you do that with social media?
Yeah. So Chloe got on puberty blockers and testosterone at like 14 years old and got a double mastectomy at 15 years old, and was from like a family where her parents aren't very educated and stuff, and went into the doctor, and the doctor was clearly part of this ideological possession and said, if you don't transition her, she's going to kill herself. And Chloe's like, I was never suicidal. That was never this. Elon Musk just said something recent too. Like he was told there's door A and door B. Door A is your child committing suicide. As parents, we blindly go through door B then. Anything other than my child committing suicide. So then she got a double mastectomy at 15. At 16, through like, internet and talking to people, so I realized I'm not trans, I'm autistic. So a lot of this stuff, like these surgeries and stuff, it's not like getting like your ACL repaired where it's like been done thousands and thousands of times successfully. They're still like winging it. So her body is still growing. She's a growing child. Now I think she's 18. But she's growing so that it didn't heal properly. So when she did my podcast, she was like 17 years old. It had been 2 years and it still wasn't healed. She still had bandages on. But her voice has changed. She'll never do that. And she said she was watching this like psychology experiment about like the importance of nursing, and she just had a breakdown. She's like, I'll never be able to nurse my children. Yep. And those stories are so powerful. And yet
if she's able to have children.
Yeah, if she can, right. But the social justice people should be really upset and empathetic towards her story, and they're not. Mm-mm. And that's what's so crazy to me is like,
because she's
say this trans kid who is abused by their family for who they are, and they just want to be like Buck Angel, they just want to just like live their life in a way that doesn't affect them. Not forcing anybody through law to use my pronouns, but I'll request them. Like those people should be able to live their life and tell their story, but also Chloe Cole. But people don't. They vilify her. She's a transphobe now, just like Buck Angel's a transphobe.
Well, they're apostates.
Yeah, yes. It's almost worse, right? It's worse than someone like me, like a straight white man.
Yeah.
I had a woman on named Sheena.
You are an infidel, but they are apostates. Mm-hmm. Infidels kill them if you get the chance, but apostates, you have to make that your goal.
You hunt.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a woman named Sheena Mason who teaches at HBCU, I think at Howard or something like that. She has this theory of racelessness. She thinks the way to combat racism is to just get rid of the social construct of race. We keep ethnicity, but the idea that you should categorize people by race, she thinks, is just something that we can get over. Like it's just silly, especially because most of the couples I know, especially here in California, have mixed race kids. My kids are mixed race. Like, what are they? You know what I mean? Like most people. So at some point, it's going to be goofy. You take these 23andMe and stuff. But I said, it's easy for you because she's like a black lesbian. And she's like, no. She's like, it's way worse for me. It's way worse for me because you're expected to have these viewpoints. But me, like, just like you said, yeah, I'm an apostate. I'm a real traitor to what I'm supposed to think.
Well, that's how Candace Owens was treated too. When she came out with her ideals regarding race. I mean, now, yes, she's got an enormous following and support, but she was target number one for the left and still is. She still is. And the thing is, these people can never do anything right because the second they take themselves out of the box and decide, you know what, we're all humans. Let's talk about the real issues, because that box is what makes government so powerful. Putting us in boxes and having us fight each other on things that are ridiculous. Because look at all of our DNA markers are made up of all different types of people from all over the world. But putting us in a box keeps us fighting each other and not paying attention to what the almighty government is doing, because we can't have these conversations.
Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy, his book Woke Inc. broke it down really well. That a lot of this also stemmed from the atheism stuff, but as far as like policy and things, it stemmed from like the Occupy movement, because Wall Street, powerful, like the powerful deep state, like let's put on our tinfoil hat. These corporations that are extremely powerful and influential in the government and stuff like that, they were like, "Ooh, people are catching on to the fact that we're just ripping apart. We're conquering all of their livelihood after what happened in 2008. It's like horrific what they did with that.
They looked out their windows,
market crashing. So they said, "Okay, so what are we going to do? Okay, we're going to become, representatives of like the critical social justice side, and instead of people being mad at us, we're going to turn them against each other, and that's like the way to take the heat off of us." And I think that makes sense. And
it worked. It worked.
It did work.
Tim Pool talks about his time there, and he says it was like overnight. It went from everyone is here to speak out against the banks
Yeah.
to inside the Occupy, I don't know, campground.
Yeah.
They all of a sudden went, they went like, if you're white, you can't talk. And then if you're black, you can talk before if you're a black woman, you can talk before a black man. And
Intersectionality.
they built that ladder.
And it's absolutely they start to eat their own because they cannot follow this consciousness down to its conclusion and not intersect with the actual reality and the actual, if you want anything to get done, you do have to unite in some way. And I can't imagine how exhausting it must be to be a black female that may disagree with anyone, because my goodness, how quickly their own side will turn on them. And to be a white man in this country is even the worst thing you can be now. Because if you say anything about a woman's right to choose or about race or about corporations, it's all your fault. So even speaking out as white men, you are garnering hate.
I don't know. I want to see him win because I want to see what happens with the religious Muslims who have sided with the progressives, how that pans out, because that will be
how about
fun
the
to
gays
watch.
for Palestine?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I just posted that on Instagram. I was at the beach. Sorry, I was at the beach 3 days ago, and I was like, "That's just an internet thing." At the beach in Malibu, of like the most expensive zip code, and they had a big Palestinian flag right underneath that, the trans flag. And I was like, "That's real! Oh my gosh!" I was like taking pictures. I had my red, white, and blue like American flag swimsuit on with my whole family wearing red, white, and blue. I was like, "This is bananas." I wanted to talk to him, but I just was like, "It's a family day."
It's a religious movement on all sides. Now, the Muslims have sided with them because it weakens America as a whole. And they don't recognize that. They say, we're proud Americans. But the people who want to weaken America so that they can come in and Islamicize it and take and conquer it, they're on your side. That means you're not quite on the path of keeping America healthy.
Yeah, I think China's doing the same thing. I mean, there's like these bot farms and stuff like that. I saw something where it said like 20 or 19 of the top 20 like evangelical Christian Twitter accounts were actually bot farms. So what happens? So what happens is like these accounts is they have these bot farms that come on and they're like, Trump is great, and then they have another bot that goes, Trump sucks, and then you and I get triggered and we go like, how dare you say that? And because the only way to take down America is from the inside, is having us turn against each other. So not only like turn us against each other, but turn us against the ideals of America. So the things that make America amazing, like freedom of expression, are now bad.
Yes.
So it's this long
free speech.
Yeah. Who was it? Yuri Bezmenov? Was that the guy? Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he breaks that down back in like 1984. And it's like, that's exactly what's happening now. So when you're like sounding the alarm, like ringing the bell constantly as a history teacher and a civics teacher, it's like, at the very least, we should pay attention to what they said they were going to do and then look at what's happening and say, well, it does correlate. I'm not saying that's exactly what's happening, but to dismiss that it's not happening, because people, was it Mark Twain quote? People are more easily fooled. It's easier to convince someone to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled.
Yep.
Yeah. And they're being propagandized.
I think this comes from the Frankfurt School, when they recognized that cultural Marxism could work because economic Marxism was an utter failure. And they even speak about that.
I can only imagine right now when, my children learned about World War II, my son learned, in school and had so many questions, and my husband's born in Germany and our family's in Germany. And we knew that these questions would come out. We want to give educated answers, but his number one thing was like, how does this happen? How does this happen? And so we walked through these small steps, and it was like a slap for some people. I know that in my circles, because those things, maybe in different orders, maybe in different scenarios, but those things are being implemented here. They're playing out here. It's a road you have to take, and it does involve dividing. It does involve no free speech and taking of rights and giving government power. But these things can happen, and that is why history is one of the most important topics you can teach a child. You can teach anyone, because it will repeat itself.
But it has to be how it's done, because so many people think history is boring because it's just dates and facts. And that's why the name of my platform is Patterdox, because it's not about dates and facts. It's the big patterns. So if you recognize a pattern from the past, then you'll recognize in the present and the future. You know, we talk about like, how did this stuff happen? Two examples that I point to in my class is Edward Bernays and Joseph Goebbels. So Edward Bernays was like he coined the phrase public relations, because it used to be called propaganda minister. But then,
he's Sigmund Freud's nephew, isn't he?
Right. Yeah, that's true. So he knows how to manipulate people. He's hired by the cigarette companies. It's like, women don't smoke. Like,
freedom candles or freedom, what were they?
Liberty torches.
Yeah, Liberty torches.
He was just like, ladies, you have the right to vote now. Don't let these guys tell you that you can't smoke cigarettes. Go out there and show who you are. Got a couple of influencers, and the ladies were like, yeah, I'm gonna be a real good American. I'm gonna smoke cigarettes just to sell cigarettes. And Joseph Goebbels, you know, the Nazi propaganda minister, they started like trying to get like an early crystal knock, like, let's go, attack the Jews in your neighborhood. And the people were like, no, what? Herschel down the street runs the bakery? Like, I know him. He's my community. I'm not going to do that. So they made cheap radios, and then they'd have like the Nazi radio station, and then doing all this propaganda against Jews. And then when they tried it again, they were like, yeah, they've been manipulated into thinking this stuff. And that's something I learned a lot, Holly, at the RNC, is I went into it with a really open mind. And just like, I'm going to just take, Donald Trump, the people who go to, Trump rallies and stuff, just like from my experience talking to them. It's like, I've been teaching for a lot of years, and sometimes I'll get a kid in who's like a troublemaker, and his teachers last year are like, oh, that's Johnny. He's a bad kid. He's always manipulating you, all blah, 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 blah. And then when he comes up and he's nice to me, I'm like, oh, he's manipulating me, as opposed to just taking him on face value. So I don't listen to the teachers anymore who tell me that kind of stuff. And I went into this just like, what am I going to see? What am I going to experience? And it was really good because, Trump is Trumpy. He's Trumpy. He's funny. He's like goofy. And he has that like thing about him. Like, that's like, if you look at it, like he's being self-deprecating and things. And like the fact that his sons make fun of the way he talks and things like that, it makes it a lot lighter than what you get when you're just constantly inundated with media and things like that. So I'm trying to just like take things, I really be skeptical about whatever I hear from pundits or from news stations from the right or the left.
Hey, tell me, in regards to your experience and your wife's, because you guys were both there, engaged highly. Tell me, what did you take away from the people that you interacted with, the speeches, you're not a Republican, so being at the RNC was probably, and you're from California, and so you've got a whole different, it's not like Utah. We are more conservative here, and we've got a religion based here that is highly influential here. Tell me what you took away and your engagement with the people and what you thought there.
Oh, everyone was so kind. I mean, my wife is an immigrant. She's an entrepreneur. She's a hustler. She came to this country with like 10 people in a 1-bedroom apartment. So she's way more conservative. She, never took any government assistance or anything. Just like, she's like a hustler in that way. So she's always been more conservative, like pick herself up by the bootstraps, didn't go to college, barely got through high school and was able to find a lot of success. But I've always been, more school teacher, more progressive, I guess, in a lot of ways. But everyone was so kind. I am also someone of faith. So, I'm a Christian and Jesus is like the center of my life. And I don't talk about it that often, but it's like, it is. That's my operating system. So the fact that was very open and welcome, that was really, really cool for me. There was, I didn't feel like a weirdo because I'd be like praying before dinner or something like that at all.
Right.
So that was like really, really cool. And then the speeches, they talked a lot about the things that I think are really important, about the blue collar, laborers, the labor class, the working class has been forgotten, because they
Tell me more about this.
The Democrat Party. So Pia Milani, the economist, had this theory, and I think it's spot on. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. She said that throughout the 80s and then into the 90s, the Republicans were just crushing the Democrats when it comes to fundraising because because if you're the party of the working class, you got to deliver things like better working conditions, and that's expensive for the people that own the factories. So they're like, well, I'm not going to donate to the people who are going to help out my workers. I'm going to donate to the people that are going to help out me, and then in turn, I'll provide jobs and et cetera, et cetera. So then
Bill Clinton
Bill
switched.
Clinton was like, let's instead of being, the party of the working class, let's become the party of identity. And if you look at what's happening now with George Floyd, it's the Democrats who get down on one knee in like the African garb and throw up their fists and stuff like that. It's like, this is so goofy, because all you have to do is say, hey, Filipino people, I see you. Hey, gender neutral people, I see you. You don't have to deliver anything. You just become the party of identity. And it's so cheap. It's so politically cheap, but it works. That's what's happening with Kamala right now, is everything's about her identity and not her policy. Because if you look at her policy, it's atrocious. And Republicans are playing into that too. They should just be focused so much on policy, because their policies are really, really terrible.
Yeah. Well, they should just say, the media golds them into it. So the media should ask them, what do you think about her, being a African-American woman or an Indian American woman 3 years ago? They should, when the media asks that, they should say, don't care about that, but this is what she wants to. But the Republicans fall for it. And there's a reason I'm not a Republican, because I see a lot of flaws in Republican messages, and not to, offend anyone out there, but I see a lot of flaws in it, and I'm not going to, I hesitate.
I'm a Republican, and I agree with you.
I hesitate to join that club and give them my weight. Yeah. So I am a registered independent, and I am a full-fledged libertarian capitalist.
But this is the thing, though. This is. I think we get all back to this in the sense that the people fall for it because they've been indoctrinated in a school that has taught them to. If no one's teaching, I mean, some of my greatest teachers, both in college and in high school, were the ones that let me form my own thoughts and opinions, or change my own thoughts and opinions based on the ability to have these conversations. And what's happening is these conversations aren't being had in schools anymore, because they want to avoid such and such, or they don't want it to be political. And yet they'll still hang a Black Lives Matter flag, or they'll hang a pride flag. And the kids that aren't comfortable with that are too scared. And the kids that want to stand up and be praised for something that's special, they're getting praised because they come out as trans, or they come out as gay. And yet, hey, it's okay to be either, but there's a place for it.
It's not an achievement.
Hit the home run in the game.
What do you have
the touchdown. Get the best grade in the class. Write the best essay. Let's focus on merit, not on things that I believe you're born inherently with. And if I can't talk about my Lord and Savior at school, then you shouldn't be talking about who you have sex with. I think that we can find a happy medium. Let's just stick to thinking and teaching kids that thinking critically and challenging what you believe in constantly, so that you can actually form a basis of thought and a basic testimony to your thoughts and your beliefs. I think that that's what's been missed. So now we have a society of people that are so easily convinced because they've never thought to critically think for themselves. And it's going to be so dangerous for where that road leads us.
So, yeah, I've been able to do it because the past couple of years I've been at a modern Orthodox Jewish school. And I'm not Jewish, but there's something in their culture that's very committed to good education. And they already have an operating system, so they're not going to buy into the woke stuff, hook, line, and sinker, because they already have it. It's like, if this doesn't align with the Torah, then I'm out. They're like very devout in that way. So they've been really supportive. But I was only getting to about 70 kids a year. And I was doing critical thinking. The way I define that would be like trying to be as close to an objective thinker as you possibly can. And I play the role of pushback, of resistance, whatever your thoughts are. Like when you say like, help me develop my own thinking, that's not affirming. That's not the same as affirming. It's like the difference between nice and kind. Nice just means like, it's like agreeableness. I won't just agree. That's not going to help you develop your ideas. What's going to help you develop your ideas is the same that helps you develop your muscles, which is resistance.
Exactly.
Okay? So
So do you
I
just go Socratic on them all day long?
Devil advocate.
100%.
just-
I'm a Socrates guy, top to bottom. So it's Socratic.
Just like Peter Boghossian all day, just
I was just
dragging
on
him
a
out.
podcast 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I love Peter Boghossian.
Oh,
Yeah,
I watch his every time he comes out with something. I watch it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was on.
Yeah,
a
well,
podcast
you've
2 weeks
been
ago.
listening off my playlist so far today, so
I knew
Okay.
you'd love him.
Yeah.
literally, this is
Great. He saw my platform Paradox, and he's like you remind me of a young me. He's like I love what you're doing. It's really really cool. So
it's wild. All these old progressive prophets, the intelligent ones, because there was a time when progressivism was fighting its way up, and Peter Boghossian, James Lindsay, all these guys come out of that camp.
Yeah.
And they saw when it kind of crossed the Rubicon, and they've all come out. And back to the Bill Clinton switch, you notice if you look into it, the churches started switching short after. I think once the corporations went, because let's face it, in America, churches are corporations, or they have a wing of that. All of them made that switch too.
Definitely.
And now all the churches, their organizational message is a progressive one.
I heard Methodist is like really open about that. I don't know. I mean,
Well, the LDS church.
Yeah.
The LDS church puts out a message that when I talk to, I was born LDS. I'm an atheist now. But when I talk to my family members that are still into it, they're like, you won't believe what's coming down the pike at us. The messages that are coming from the presidency.
They put a message out regarding the vaccine, which got a lot of LDS people upset because they're like, wait a minute, this doesn't feel right. And they believe in that they do receive, right and wrong from the Holy Spirit. And are you saying the Holy Spirit is wrong by giving me this,
pro-vaccine
rule? Yes. And it was really hard. Really quickly, tell me do you have a website for your curriculum? My chat of home moms are wanting just your website, and then we'll get right back into this.
I would love to connect them. Yeah, it's Patterdox, Patterdox. So the name comes from dox being belief, and then being patterns. The belief that you can understand the world through understanding patterns. So the way I was just like rattling off, like it happened here, and then here, and then here, and it's happening now. The people who are astute and see what's going on, these historians and people who study this stuff, they're like, wait, why are we doing the same thing again? It's that classic cliche quote of those who don't, pay attention to history are doomed to repeat it. So that's where the name comes from, because I don't have like all my facts in line. I don't know everything about, that's it. I don't have like everything in, my statistics are generally like 80% right. But the big picture stuff is what's accurate. So starting September 2nd, we're going to have a civics class that's going to be recorded and live, and a U.S. history class that's going to be recorded and live. So it's going to be recorded. You can watch it on your own. And then there's live sessions that you can come on, talk to me, ask questions, go through the Socratic process and stuff like that. And this is the inaugural year, but then the plan is to keep growing this, expanding more and more and more.
So it's brand new.
They don't know where to go.
You haven't launched it officially yet.
I did. There's a summer boot camp for critical thinking, but I just have a handful of families in there that wanted to get in like right away. So
is this?
Yeah.
This is going to be like an online course for high school age students, or extended. I mean, I know a couple of full blown adults that I'm going to send them your email address and tell them to take your class because they're dumber than crap.
I know.
But
there's an element. I'm building a Paradox roundtable as well, because there's a lot of adults that don't have kids that just want to have these conversations, and social media is just terrible at facilitating these conversations. So I'm building something for people that follow my social media and stuff like that want to just talk about this stuff, the same kind of conversations we're having now. And they want to be able to do it and not be called a bigot because they have certain questions.
I like that. I like that idea that it's regardless of what education program your child's in.
Yeah,
you could say, you could add this on, and the Socratic method builds a lot of real intelligence into people. Like I watched Peter Boghossian's one today where he asked two college kids, "Is the U.S. racist?" And there was a boy and a girl, and the boy, I don't know if the kid knows how to wipe his own butt, but I'm doubtful. I mean, he's probably a junior in college. He's like, yeah, systemically. And he's like, all right, what's the system? Well, it's a culture. Okay. But systems are culture. And the kid, you can tell he learned all the words, but he didn't learn how to pick anything apart. And Peter just, I mean, he mauled the floor with him and didn't say one word, just asked him, dug in further.
Okay, so I was inspired by like Peter and James and Helen Pluck Rose and the host papers and stuff like that. I got about 2 years ago now, maybe even 3 years ago. I got there was a teacher who's now on like the school board in Atlanta and stuff like that, and he put out this thing. He said, "Teach CRT even if your school doesn't allow it." So I commented. I said, "I think this is kind of complicated. I'd love to have a conversation with you about it." So he got himself. A critical race theory consultant, and then the dean of, I think it was at Brandeis at the time, now is the dean of University of New Hampshire College of Education, who has a PhD in critical race theory, to come on, all three of them, and me. You should see it. It's if you just type
Give me
my
a
last
minute.
name,
PhD in critical race theory. Come on.
Yeah. So if you just type my last name in YouTube and then like CRT educators or something, it'll come up. And it's Jared,
I'm
what
watching
I did
that
was
tonight.
I applied Socratic method. I got people who are devout in this woke religion to talk for about 2 hours. It was like fishing with like really thin test line. So I had to like play with it. I couldn't yank it because it would snap. So I would ask questions, but then give them a little, ask questions, and it all came out. I think it's a really important conversation, not because I'm in it, but because when do you ever see like an Ibram Kendi talk for 2 hours up against like sincere questions about his ideology? You don't.
Yeah. And I don't think he's dumb at all. I think he's motivated. He's in it for an outcome, not because it's right. He wants an outcome that benefits him.
Charlatan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think he's dumb. I think he's in there with Sharpton and Jackson. This is their financial benefit. You know, they're the car mechanic who always says you need this done.
Yeah, that's the Upton Sinclair quote. It's hard to get someone to believe something when their paycheck depends on them not believing it.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, but I got these critical race theory educators to really dive into what they believe and what they think, and it's bananas. It's crazy. And these are people who are powerful. I'm talking school board, deans of colleges of education, like consultants that travels around the country speaking at schools. And it was just me, the one, like, you know, I mean, it was one black guy, one like Moroccan woman, and one white girl. But like, I'm still like, I'm the white man. And they were just walking around in circles and just asking questions. You could see why they killed Socrates for asking questions.
Oh yeah.
It makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Corrupting the youth. Oddly enough.
You're lucky they don't have a hemlock plant.
I know. But that's why I mean, I could have stayed at that school I was at, that Jewish school. They were super supportive. They were amazing. It took me a while to get to a school like that where I could really teach this stuff. But I wanted to grow what I'm doing, and I was like, there's a lot of, I think there's a need. I need to serve beyond just like this one wealthy small community in like Beverly Hills. It was great.
A community
but
the kids of that community are going to be successful regardless.
Yeah, and you know, they like monetarily successful and things like that, and they had like good family units. There's a lot of stuff I learned from that community. You know, the teen pregnancy rate was like 0, the drug overdose rate was like 0, the divorce rate was very, very small. Like there was a lot of beautiful things about that community, even doing Shabbat and things like that. Like it was really, really cool. Like just from a practical level, and they were great to me. But I think that there's a need for what I'm doing. And I was looking left and looking right, like, where are the teachers who are doing this? And they're not. And I'm putting together all my classes now. I was like, I don't think this exists. Like what I'm doing, the way I teach, I don't think it exists out there. And like, I'm not just saying that to toot my own horn. I really just like, because if someone else was doing it, I'd be like, hey, can I just like work for you? You know, I wouldn't have to know all this stuff.
You hear about certain colleges where they have a professor who does a good course like you're teaching, rarely, like Bogosian, and the college got rid of him.
Yeah,
which is insane.
Portland
State
said it at the same time.
Portland State made the biggest mistake, the biggest, because just the value he added to any student that took his class probably made it so that they didn't get ripped off half as much as any other student there.
Yeah, well, what I said to him too, though, is I think this is also why I built Paradox, is when he was just a professor at Portland State, even before he did the hoax papers and was on Rogan and stuff like that, he was having an impact on his students that I think I would agree with you. I think was really like they were probably like, this is different. This is actually getting me to think. But now that he's on YouTube and he's a podcaster, I think his impact is greater. And I said, like, I was inspired by the Jordan Petersons and the Brett Weinsteins and Peter Boghossian and even like an Andrew Huberman or a Peter Attia or someone like that who took what they were doing, and instead of Peter Attia just working in his medical office or Huberman as lab in Stanford, he put it out there to everybody. And I think that if you're a good educator, why can't you play that game too? Like, hypothetically, let's just say I'm one of the best teachers in the country. Shouldn't I have the most students? And shouldn't the terrible teachers not have any students?
I think, and I query this, and I think it's just a timeline is what I don't have dialed down, but I think our higher education system is going to wilt, and we're going to see education move into selective education online where you won't.
Have you seen that?
What's that?
Peterson Academy.
Yes, Peterson Academy. What is it? Austin State College.
Yeah, University of Austin. I was a fellow for that. I was a teacher fellow for the University of Austin.
Awesome.
University of Austin. Yep.
Yeah.
People are hungry for this.
But
and parents are tired of spending their savings to send their child to a place that they come home hating them. And I think it's just, and for what? Why do I need to learn about Taylor Swift in a special class at BYU? Why am I spending all this money in order to come home and I can't get a job or keep one because I can't get along with people? I can't work for the man. And parents are exhausted and they need something that is.
It's more than that. I think
sense.
I think if I look forward, I think we're going to see degrees disappear, and we're going to see maybe different certificates show up. Like instead of them saying, "Oh, let me see your bachelor's to see if we can give you this job," they're going to say, "Look, we require someone who's taken this class. We need someone who can communicate well." So they're going to be a certificate of communication, and you'll have a plethora of online classes that they took, and it'll be more like a trade school system,
almost like a degree from YouTube. Based on
except
who
not a degree
exactly is taught it. I mean, something you've learned online.
Yeah, but that's why I don't have I'm not affiliated with accreditation, because a lot of homeschools you don't need it, but a lot of parents are like, well, are you accredited? Do I get certain credits for this? It's like, no, you're here to learn. Like this is about education. It's not about getting the certain pieces of paper. Because I'm with you. I think that this idea of it doesn't work anymore. Hey, I have a degree in marketing. Cool. Can you market my business? Can you make me money? One of the things I tell my students all the time is when you're doing a job interview, really what they're asking is, can you make me money? If the answer is yes, they don't care about anything else. Really. Just can you make me money? If you're confident, I can make you money, let me show you how you get the job. But kids think if I get this degree from UCLA, then automatically I'm valuable. And that's just not true. And that's
most employers don't give a shit if you went to Harvard, Yale, any of that. Most employers want to know what your ability is. And I think it used to be, we went through a stage where you had to have a college degree to work in places. It was like the number one standard. You had to have a BA. They don't ask where you went to school, just did you go to school? And now I'm seeing a shift. Employers are now saying, what is your experience? Yeah. And what can you, I think it's exactly where we need to go. Again, merit-based. And you have, I don't know, is it smart to take out a loan that you're going to pay up for the next 50 years off on a degree that taught you basket weaving, Taylor Swift, social justice?
You can't escape it, even with bankruptcy. There are people who are paying their student loans off with their Social Security.
Death. That's how, and the only way to escape.
Well, your kids get it then.
No, well, the loan that I had, it was death. It didn't go on to my children. That was the only way to get out of a student loan.
Well, I haven't had a second of higher education. I mean, I've had a lot of trade schools and some other schools.
You went to the school of life, hard knocks.
Well, I went to the Army and then did all that, but Let's face it, I'm not smart enough to have gone to college. That would be a waste of college
I
time.
actually think it shows that you are a little smarter
Yeah,
than
my
a lot.
wife didn't go to college. Like I went because I wanted to be a teacher, and you needed that to
Yeah.
do it. But I didn't get a master's, where most of my colleagues got master's degrees or PhDs or something like. Why don't you get one? You can get a bump in pay. It's like, because I hate school and I'm not going to go. Like I was also recognized by I've taught at 4 different schools in LA, 3 different schools in LA. And they all didn't want me to leave. They thought that I was the best teacher there, and had nothing to do with my education, like my education level, nothing. It was all just on the job training. And like, I devoted my life to, serving these kids and learning, being a learner in real time for them. So they see me learning. They're like, oh, it's okay. You get stuff wrong all the time. Then I can get stuff wrong all the time. Had nothing to do with a master's degree. I'm not going to go back and pay all that money for a PhD. I'm not doing it.
And the success coming out of the classroom, the children leaving the classroom are leaving smarter and more equipped for the real world leaving than they would with other teachers. And that experience is everything. And you can't, they're measuring by graduation rates. They're they're measuring, how do you measure a successful teacher? And if we could crack that code, because there are teachers there that are there for a paycheck as small as it is, and they're there maybe too long or whatever. But how do we measure success in a teacher? It's not the degree that they have.
Yeah, I would love to address that. So I left a school to go to a Bill and Melinda Gates school. And part of the reason is I'd been teaching for 5 years. And I knew I was good at it. And they said that there were monetary incentives for the teachers. So the best teachers would get bonuses. I was like, let's go. How do you think that they gave the bonuses? How did they measure the best teacher? What do you think it was?
Hold on. Let me think for a minute.
The marching the kids did in line, how compliant the kids were.
I'm trying to think what parameters they would put it on.
This person's a good teacher. That person's a bad teacher. They need something.
They just did it at their vote.
I say whoever got the best test scores based on
what's that?
It was
test scores.
Okay.
Standardized tests.
Oh.
So all the teachers there just became test prep like rooms.
That's how schools are now.
Test prep. Okay. So I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm going to teach kids. I still got the highest test scores because, believe it or not, kids actually learn. They do better on the test when they know the material, not just memorize it, because they can actually think. Even if they don't know the answer, they can make an educated guess. Where if they're just doing test prep, then it's just like, did I memorize this or not? They can't connect patterns.
It's cramming. And then that information goes out the other side after the test.
Well, also,
they don't hold on to it.
You make them excited.
Yeah. And so how you measure being a good teacher, it's really challenging. I had a student who she was like, dad was in and out of prison, Mexican girl who like walked for graduation pregnant and everything like that. But then she came over for dinner with her new husband. They have 2 kids now. She's 31 years old, has her life together, living a beautiful, brilliant life. And she said, like with tears in her eyes, like, I wouldn't be here without you. That's the measure. It's you ask a 35-year-old, who had a big impact on you. That was your teacher. That's really tough to quantify. But I think the only way to do it, is what I'm doing, which is the free market. So Jerry, you might like that. Like if Paradox fails, it's because my product isn't good. So if I can do my job and I can have an impact on students, like I said, I have a couple of families onboarded now. And, I just did a lesson like 3 days ago. And the dad wrote me like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen my son light up like that in years. Like that was incredible. Like, I can't wait to sign up, again, because I'm doing like one-on-one with them, like sign up again, as soon as this contract is up. And I was like, that's it. Like,
that's when you win.
Free market will play a role. And teachers are so outside of the free market that it just breeds, like social, it just breeds, incompetence. So I think bringing a real free market application to high school, middle school, high school, secondary education hasn't really been done. And that's what I'm trying to do. And if I'm bad at my job, then I should fail and I should go into another career. But if I'm good at my job, I should be able to find tremendous success. And that's what I think is the best way.
We've actually talked about this before, that how brilliant would it be for a homeschool group to hire a teacher hourly or whatever, a teacher that is a good teacher that likes to get engaged with kids or whatever, and the teacher makes like an hourly pay based on a number of families that get together, how many families would consider something like that in order to have their child get not only that 1-in-1, 1-in-10 engagement, but also they're learning the material that is important, not just for test scores. They're learning important material, and a teacher could actually make a pretty good living.
Pretty good. That teacher would be rich. A good teacher on the free market. That's a desirable thing.
That's what I'm aiming for. I mean, it's been a lot of work, and it was hard to leave. Like I said, I love it. So it's hard to leave the classroom. Online isn't ideal. I did it during COVID. It isn't ideal. It's oh, hey, you can say hi to Holly. She just delivered me a water.
Hi, so good to see you.
You too.
This is my friend Jared. I told you about.
Hi, how are you?
Subway, right?
Isn't she stunning? Told you.
What's that?
Not like the Jared from Subway, right?
No.
Nothing like that.
No, I need to lose weight. He lost a lot.
Shh, that's not
He's
what's
also
wrong with him.
a pedophile.
I think he's in prison.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
in prison.
I wonder if he was able to keep the weight off in prison. Has anyone looked into that?
Oh my! I hope.
They don't serve Subway in prison. I don't know.
I don't think they do. I lost weight on Subway too, so don't knock it.
Hey,
Well, did you walk to Subway? Because that's a big indicator. Like, I think Jared walked there every day, and that's probably a big
that's
help,
because
too.
there was a elementary school between him and the
All right.
Subway.
All right, he knows who Jared is.
Love the
So
South
good to
Park was like,
see
I have
you.
AIDS. Anyway,
Okay, bye guys. I'm on a sales call. It's a good lead.
Thank you.
But so that was, I've thought about this for a long time. It was hard to leave. I don't think online is the ideal, but it is, there's a scale issue. If you think about the jobs, people say like, well, people don't care about hospice care or nursing or foster care. They care about, just whatever, like, sports or something. It's like sports are scalable. Computers are scalable. So a great nurse is impactful, but it's hard to scale great nursing, and it's hard to scale a good teacher because you have the personal connections and stuff. But scale is where the money's at. You can make an app that makes you look fat and bald or something like that, and sell it for $1 and sell 1 million of them, make $1 million. But if you're the best firefighter, or you're the best, like teacher, okay, you're the best police officer. It's really hard to do that for a lot of people. So I made Paradox very intentionally. It's been like 2 years that I've been building this thing to get like as close to a one-on-one impact as possible. And when you sign up, like I get to know the student individually and stuff like that, and I get to know the families. There has to be a part of that, otherwise I wouldn't feel sincere in doing it. I've talked to homeschool platforms, and they're like, we have 14,000 kids in 12 states, and pretty soon we're going to have 30,000 kids in 40 states. And I was like, I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking just to make money. I'm looking to educate, and hopefully that will mean that money will come my way because I'm providing a service and a platform and a product that people see as valuable.
Well, and I love that you want to get to know the families, because this is something with the child, but the families, if you have a family member, a parent who is interested in your program, and the kid is sold on it by the interactions with you and getting to know you, because you're a cool guy and you know how to talk to kids and you're really smart and you're finding the best in them. But a parent trusts you. You also know that parent is backing that child in education, which a lot of parents don't have time to do. Barely parents have time to understand what their kid is learning, let alone are they seeing their kid affected. Now, David is made a comment on here that says, free market would put them online somehow or provide a skill shop education. He was Jared's pre-host before me, and he brings a lot to the table. And he's talked before about the reason for degrees in most careers, aside from maybe a doctor who, needs that, but he's kind of been in that free market. They should be able to get their degree online and through videos on YouTube or whatever, because you can learn most things. And he says, kids already watch videos all day. They understand the foundation. And good or bad, children do. My kid learns a lot from YouTube that I can't teach him, that, and it's something he's looked up on his own that maybe he wants to learn. Why does plane go in the sky? This is crazy. How does it even fly? He'll look it up and he'll watch a lot of things Jared learned as a kid from your grandpa that was hands-on or watching woodworking. There's a lot of kids that don't have the luxury of that.
Right.
A dad in the home or a grandpa close by with not only the skill set, but the time to show a kid how to hammer a nail. And it's little things like that. These kids are seeking out information on videos anyway. And this would just be a platform that they could go and learn, but their parent is supportive and saying they could sit in on one of your classes and learn themselves.
Yeah, I am not one of those teachers that's like, I don't want your, keeping secrets from the parents. I would love for the parents, and sometimes they are, sitting in on the classes and stuff like that. Like, that's really, really important. Like, to have, we're essentially trying to attack your kid from all angles to get them to be, a contributing citizen. With
COVID broke that. Will, COVID and that situation of online learning, that I think woke a lot of parents up to what their kid is learning in the classroom.
Yes.
And good or bad, again, I was very happy with my kids' situation, but I chose the school they're in for a purpose and for the reasons and all of that. I know a lot of public school moms they were just like, wait a minute, what are you learning? And
My
now
sister-
they're looking through books going, what?
My sister pulled her 2 kids out and
I did too.
homeschooled them for 2 years. Now they're back in school.
Christian private school. They were masked, social distanced at recess in May of 2022.
That's
Insane.
crazy. How about when they,
Insane.
like you see the pictures when they had band class, they cut a hole in the mask. Or when you see them in the lunchroom, they pull the mask down, take a bite, put the mask back up.
You have to wear your mask in the restaurant until you can sit down. And once you sit down, like, and
The
what
virus
happens,
knows you have to be seated to not hit you.
Yeah, you go, well, how does this happen, right? So I went to go buy my wife a candle, and like for a birthday or Valentine's Day or something, and I went to like Bath and Body Works, and I picked up a candle, and it said like, summer breeze or something. I don't know what the hell that is. So I took down my mask, and right as soon as I took it down, someone right there, hey, put on your mask. I was like, it's a scented candle. Can I just smell it real quick? No, I can't smell. I have to buy a scented candle without smelling it. Yes. I was like, let me talk to your manager. I put on the haircut, said, let me talk to your manager. Manager comes over and I go, I can't smell it. No. Why? Because of the mall manager. I was like, let's go talk to the mall manager. Hey, mall manager. Why? Oh, because of the health bureau person. Okay. Call the health bureau. Why? Gavin Newsom put this out that we can't do it. So I go, oh, so you're all just pointing up. No one's thinking that this is unbelievably irrational.
Absolutely
They're
stupid.
just pointing up to authority. Why? How do you learn to just blindly obey authority? The K through 12 American education system. That's
Yes.
the only thing I can think
And
to protect it.
I would even add the fact that you could probably smell the candle through your mask, which right there in that argument is, if I can smell this through a mask, it's not stopping any virus. Just saying.
People wore surgical masks, which are designed to just not let like spit fall into it. It has nothing to do with protecting the temperature. Or they were just getting like bandanas. Like, it didn't really matter. Like
neck gaiters.
It was
the virtue signaling of just the point.
Yeah.
It wasn't in because
I'm a
of
good person because I cover my face.
sense.
How are you going to make good soldiers and industry workers without the K through 12 system? That's what it was designed for. And it's built around it.
I think you're still going to get it. I think that, unfortunately, because there's a lot of, when I was teaching in like the hood, parent-teacher conference night was a very lonely night. And then when I taught in this wealthy private school, there was a line out my door. So unfortunately, there are still going to be a lot of kids whose parents are not involved in their life, and they're just going to send them to the factory school. But
it's sad.
Don't. It's sad. Oh,
it's sad that and part of that I blame on welfare. I think the welfare system has trapped a lot of people in that
compulsory school too, though. When you absolve yourself of responsibility, you welcome tyranny. Because if you don't take on responsibility, someone else will. And then you're going to say like, well, I don't like the way they do it. Then do it yourself. Well, I can't, or I don't want to. Well, then which one is it? So the case
comply.
School sounds good, but when you go, my kid's just going to go to this place for 8 hours a day and learn what they need to learn, then you just relieve yourself of all of that weight. Okay, that's good, I guess. But then what you're getting is whatever the product is that's turning your child into. So the parents that would sign up for Patterdocs are the ones who are not those parents. Like the ones who already have are not the ones who are very involved in the kid's life and want them to be a critical thinker.
And I have to say, I think that you're right. Where do you get the soldiers and the factory workers? But I think that
it's not me that said it, it's Horace Mann who said it.
Right. And what I'm thinking is that patriotism and kids with that desire to be soldiers, like true desire, it's taught in the home anyway.
Great
I mean, patriotism has got to be taught in the home because it's not taught in schools. Compliance is, but, you know, a lot of kids are inherently, you know, their desire is, or the government waives that college education, you'll get a free college education out of it and make a better life, which pulls them out of a situation they may be in because of where they were born or whatever. But I think the importance, again, at the end of the day, a lot of this country's problems would be solved through conservative principles. And I use that word a little religiously, of having a mom and dad in the home. And I think so many societal problems come from not having mom and dad or male figure, father figure, mother figure that is constant in a child's life.
Well, Obama talked a lot about that, about like the statistics of not having a father in the home. It's obvious.
Yes.
I mean, but you know, like the idea of like, when I think of myself as like a follower of Jesus, what I think of Jesus as is like just an ideal. Like he's just the ideal. So you go, like, I'm giving a project in school. Okay, well, here you're doing a book report or a poster board. This is last year's project. This is an A triple plus. This is the best. You'll never get this, but this is what you should aim for. And I think that, you know, we talk about whether it's, you know, abortion or divorce or drug abuse or whatever it is. It's like, that's not the ideal. So aiming for the ideal seems like something that is a valuable approach. And I think that if we look at things that way, like the ideal would be a loving mother and father in the home raising kids. So you aim for that. But when you say like, no, that's not the ideal, there is no ideal, then we get into a really tricky situation.
Or you make it
idea of there is no objective truth then.
And if you make it like the government has, too easy and almost generational, that no, we're going to pay for you, and we're only going to pay you if there is no father in the picture. And therefore, these young girls who have a mishap and they have a baby and they start getting government assistance and they have more babies and more assistance, even if the daddy wanted to live in the home. Oh no, I can't lose my assistance.
Well, not just that. And the gap between assistance and sustainment is so vast that they can't legitimately get off assistance. But let's wander down a conspiracy theory with me, if you will, and tell me if this is too much and you want to stop.
It's like the moon landing's fake. It's like, oh, you believe in the moon?
This one's a little different. What about in the 60s, the CIA funding and supporting the feminist movement to get females into the workforce to make school more of a mandatory thing, not mandatory from college, but mandatory for survival. So they relied on the school more to raise their kids, and the mother wasn't at home, and or the kid then spent more time with a officer of the government than in their family unit, to then turn around and make it so that reliability, and also the government gets double tax at that time.
Double tax would be, I was going to ask, like, what's the incentive in the government? Because I
double tax, and you legitimately pull that child away from family values and give them more government values.
This is
But I
exactly.
don't know if the school is really pushing government values. That's the thing. Is like even like the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff. I don't think that the standard education system is a pro-America system though.
Well, okay, it's not right now because it's progressive. They want a different America.
Look, guys,
When I went to
maybe it got
school,
co-opted by China, or something like that.
no, I don't think co-opted by China. I think the progressive system. Your fellow teachers, most of them would be deep into the spectrum of a cultural Marxism. When I went to school, it was not that way. It was very pro-American. Now I went to school starting in 80 on through 94. It was different, and it started changing towards the end. But
When you came to my high school,
it was when I came to your high school.
we did go to the same high school for a minute, and we found out we were cousins
6 months,
like a week after we started this show.
You guys are cousins?
Yes.
Yeah, like what do you call it?
Second cousins.
Our grandparents are siblings. I don't know how you work that math, but we found that out later because my grandpa was a kind of a crotchety old dude. He was a great dude, but he's crotchety.
My grandmother was a saint.
Didn't get along with his family.
That's
my grandmother, although she's an angel that slipped out of heaven, but though my grandfather has the most impact on my life in every direction, he awesome dude. But
and my mother is his father's cousin, direct cousin. So we're second cousins.
Sure. But anyways, no,
third, I don't know.
That's a conspiracy that's been brought up a lot, that the CIA supported the feminist movement in order to bolster the government, both through double taxation and gives more time. And you can't say the CIA is patriotic for what the US is right now, nor the FBI. They've done a lot of stuff that seems like they want to change. They want a progressivism to be strengthened, which I believe that comes from all CIA officers, all FBI agents, all of them are college students. And I think our colleges are pushing this cultural Marxism out.
Yeah, I had a guy named Art Keller who was a longtime CIA agent on my podcast. I was picking his brain about a lot of these conspiracy theories and stuff. He's a pretty conservative dude. Like, I think that there's like in law enforcement, like that's something I got like at the RNC is like soldiers, my friends who are like soldiers, Army Rangers and stuff like that. Like they're overwhelmingly Trump, like diehard Trump. Like overwhelming.
Law enforcement too. My family in law enforcement.
And I think
absolute.
The officer class, and especially the field grade officer class, are not
so much.
No, and the bureaucrats in the CIA, the leadership in the FBI, in the CIA, the ones appointed, they're different than the field agents and the regular agents. When I get mad at the FBI, the last thing I would do is ever say it's an agent issue, because most of the agents or people that I know that are married to them or that they are them themselves, they do not agree with the leadership role and their, the powers that be. But again, it's because it is a group that requires discipline and the what do they call it when you have the lines of people, as in the army, you meritocracy, but you report, the hierarchy. You have to report, and it goes up a chain, and the top of that chain is appointed, right? Yeah. So the accountability is null.
Well,
there's no.
I think that, like, I do a lot of like moral foundations. This is where I'm like the independent kind of thing. Is I think that even like the wacky left, they really do believe that their way is the best way for America.
They do. Oh, I'm a firm believer in Jonathan Haidt's study.
Yeah,
I worked
at a Heterodox Academy for a while. I was in charge of their K-12 program. I love Jonathan.
I bet that was awesome.
Yeah, well, they only had it for like 3 years, and they shut it down to focus just on college. And I was like, that's a mistake, because by the time they get to college, they've already been indoctrinated so much in this kind of thinking. So again, that's another reason why I built Paradox. I was when I got aligned with Heterodox Academy and started working with Heterodox Academy and working directly with John Haidt, which was amazing. It's like a dream come true, And but then they got rid of that. I was like, oh, cool, I don't have to build my own thing. But then they went away. I was like, I guess I got to build my own thing again.
He's one of the only guys I've seen that can know and have the contradiction and point it out in himself.
Yeah.
He's real interesting. Like, he's like, yeah, the left has more depression and more mental problems. Oh, does that make you change your mind? No, that's where I am. And he'll freely admit,
Yeah.
I'm in a bad place for
So-
this, but this is where I am.
Tell me, Will, what kind of cost if a parent wants to follow you and get your curriculum and have their kids attend your classes? The classes you teach, are they just one subject, or could they do an entire school year with your curriculum?
It's an entire school year. So the way I have it structured now, because this is my full-time, committed thing, is you get a U.S. history course every week, a U.S. history class every week, and then a American civics class every week that's recorded that and then there's a whole bunch of different worksheets and projects and stuff that are all optional. Because I talk to a lot of homeschool parents. They're like, I just want to customize. I want my kid to learn a half hour of history a week. Cool, got you. Or I want them to learn 4 hours of history a week. Cool, got you. So I have a whole bunch of different options and stuff like that. You also get access to me in like community groups and things like that. And then you get 2 live hours with me a week. So the kids come on and they can ask me questions and we can go over and do live classes. And the cost is $200 a month. And people say like, oh, well, that's, expensive compared to the alternative, which is free. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, compared to free, but that's why you get what you pay for. And that's like, had to explain to kids, like, how many of you use, Instagram or something like that? They'll put up their hands. Okay. How many of you have paid Instagram? No, like nobody, right? So how is Mark Zuckerberg the 4th richest guy on the planet? You haven't paid him a penny. Then I had to explain what data mining is to them and everything like that. And the stuff that we spend, I understand that, like, the idea of a cost of $200 a month, but what you get for it, I believe wholeheartedly, otherwise I wouldn't do it, that it's absolutely worth it when it comes to what it's going to get out of your child. So it's $200 a month as it stands now, and then with scale and less access to me, then it might change over time. But this is the inaugural year, so I get a lot of one-on-one time with the family.
So does a homeschool family get to put to the state, regardless? I mean, does it matter what state they're in? Do they get to tell the state, my child has taken these courses, and they get recognized? Or you said they're not accredited?
Well, in
There's
Utah,
no points?
in Utah, they get the money back to pursue the education. So they
Not that much.
they get 7,000, I think it is.
Yeah.
And that would you could absorb that into that. But
yeah, our homeschool families get some
I
of
talked to
that.
Senator Cullimore, I believe, who helped pass that through.
Yeah.
And it's really, and it's several $1,000s, and you don't need to be accredited or anything. It just need to be something that's for education. That's an incredible bill.
It is.
More states need to follow, because it gives parents a lot of autonomy over what their kids learn.
Absolutely.
My sister found a French teacher, because her kids were in the emulsion French. Found a French teacher, a French lady that spoke English, and paid her to go on to them online once a week and have a French class with them.
Right. Yeah.
And this lady's in France. And Utah.
My friend pays a pianist to teach her son piano so many hours. So it does make sense. But if you have multiple kids, I don't think you get it for each kid, or do you?
Yeah, you get it for each kid. And now I've got a question for you. Now,
my question is, does a family pay $200 a month?
The whole family gets it. So like you get an account for the whole family.
Okay, so if I have 4 kids sitting down at your lesson, $200 a month is nothing.
Is it going to be weird if a guy shows up, say, a guy in Utah, kind of northwest
Is
Utah?
that accurate? Is it $200 per whole family?
The family, yeah.
If he shows up with, say, a mannequin kid, so that he can take the class,
you don't have to have a kid.
Would that be weird if an adult, say an adult, or if they showed up and had a popsicle stick in a kid's face? Like,
you agree about the kids,
just pretending to be a kid.
There's no filter in the country that can make you have a kid's face.
No, like a popsicle stick and like just a cutout of a magazine.
He already said
I know it's not for everybody, but it is for some people. I just want to find those families that are like, because the ones that I've already onboarded, they're like, this is incredible, this is a dream. I know it's not just like the families I've already connected with, so it's just the ones who really want to have their kids be critical thinkers when it comes to history. Dive into some of these conspiracy theories with an open mind.
Oh man.
Understand the way
You cover conspiracy theories?
Oh, I would. You would be overwhelmed. I'd be on there every day.
Do you cover like JFK assassination
I do.
and especially
the
right
Time
now?
magazine thing, the magic bullet. I talk about the magic bullet and the zigzag, but then I talk about how the seats were actually like this, but the magic bullet didn't have any dents in it, and like there's a whole bunch of different things. And then I'm just like, guys, go off and learn on your own. Like I'm not gonna spoon feed you all this information, but here's some things to think about. Another Socrates quote is, "I can't teach anybody anything. I can only spark thought. I can only get people to think." So.
And you have no answers to these conspiracy theories. Otherwise, it would not be conspiracy theories. But logical evidence, conclusion, thought, debate, all of that. There's so much that gets spurred when you start going down a rabbit hole per se, and you leave. You still don't have the absolute answer, but you can deduct that maybe there's a patsy involved that shot the president.
That's crazy. And Jack Ruby was also involved in elements of the MK Ultra program. Tom dove into that. So what does that mean? I don't know. But with my civics class, like you can take a government class. You can get one for very cheap on like if you're a homeschool parent or something, and it'll teach you how many senators there are and what the electoral college is. But what it won't tell you is how regulatory capture works and how Lloyd Austin, the job before he was Secretary of Defense, worked on the board of Raytheon. So the guy who worked at the missile factory now decides if we use or sell missiles. That isn't talked about nearly enough, and I think that's the stuff that I really focus on a lot.
That is huge. I mean, just like MK Ultra. I used to have another podcast, and I did a couple shows on MK Ultra and Artichoke and Midnight Climax and all that. And that's
I don't know Artichoke. Which ones? I know Midnight Climax. That one's a great
Artichoke is the actual test. MK Ultra was a part of Artichoke.
Oh, okay.
It's like the main one, and it was in Canada and UK, and they killed people. Wild stuff.
I have a question when I'm thinking about this, and I know your faith, and we share, I think, a lot. We have a lot in common there. Do you discuss faith at all as far as your personal beliefs in or mentioning, I don't know, Jesus principles and the thought of our Savior, but at the same time, is it a religious type study?
Right. Oh, thanks for asking that question, Holly. No, it's a secular platform. Some families ask for an apologetics just one-off class, so I'm putting that together. But it's not. No, I don't put, again, because the whole idea of this is teaching kids how to think, not what to think. So I landed on my faith through logical thinking and stuff like that, and reading a whole bunch of books, and that's here. And we all have free will to decide. Well, if you believe in free will, that we have, let's say free will to decide where you want to land. And I think that's something that in my faith says, God says that you can think whatever you want. You want to not believe in me, cool. You want to believe me, cool, like that kind of thing, not cool. But you do whatever you want. So I do not push my beliefs. I'll be open about what they are, but I'm also like, that's why I can be friends with Peter Boghossian, who's a very strong atheist. Is like, yeah, whatever, it's all good. Like, I don't know if this works for you, and it's something that helps you to be a critical thinker. Great. This one works for me and it helps me to be a critical thinker. Like, get back to that idea of your neighbor's a Democrat and I'm a Republican. We can still hang out at picnics together. Like, it doesn't have to become this thing of like, oh, you're an idiot because you think that. No, but it is a secular thing. I talk about biblical principles, and because I think when I talk about society, especially in the civics class, I talk about like the foundations of like law and things like that. There are basic, like it does come from some element of especially Judeo-Christian law. It's the reason why Richard Dawkins says he's a cultural Christian. Like there's something to that being like recognized as
the Bible is essentially a history book in many, many ways. Like they've proven these places exist, these things happen. I mean, I'm not going to say the Bible is absolute or anything like that to someone who's an agnostic. I wouldn't even call you an atheist.
I'm a religious loving atheist. I love religion. Yeah. I love it. I'm not a believer, but I love it. I support it. all that. No, Blackstone's law is definitely religiously derived.
But the Bible is like to me, it's a history book, and I think
Yeah.
a lot can be learned from it. The principles, do unto others as you would have done to you. You don't have to say it like that. You can just say, treat someone the way you want to be treated. It's Jesus's principles, but at the same time, it should be common sense, but kids need to hear it and understand too why we have civics. The fall of Rome, he's big on that.
Yeah.
And the actual steps that had to be taken for Rome to fall. I mean, we're looking at a lot of the steps happening in real time here in the United States of America.
They didn't hear the barbarians over their air conditioning. I think that the way that I would like evangelize, for lack of a better term, is through critical thinking. I think that if you become a deep seeker of truth, I think you eventually land somewhere close to the biblical principles. I just think that that's there. I just posted on my Instagram like a Heisenberg quote. I think it's like you take a sip from the cup of science and you become an atheist, and at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you, or something along those lines. Like I think that's my way. It's like, guys, just go seek truth. Go seek truth, and you'll land somewhere in the metaphysical, whatever that might be. But not everything that counts can be counted, is what Einstein said. So I think that I'm not going to say like, hey, Jesus died for you, he's your savior, repent now. That's not within Paradox, but it is be a searcher. Go look for truth in a very dedicated way. What's better than trying to figure out the world? And I think that if you do that, then you'll get somewhere approximating, the biblical truths. So it's kind of you'll find, but it's not on its nose. It's not on its nose religious, no.
But you'll find whatever your concrete beliefs are. And you'll find them on your own, and you can defend them, and you can represent them, and you can fight back for them. If he's got his beliefs concrete, same as I do, regardless of who we believe put us here or the reason we're here. I think the critical thinking part is the most important part.
Yeah.
But parents have to be prepared to have good conversations with their kid that they could be wrong, and that they could actually learn, and that allows their child to have an open communication with their parent. And I think parents would win every time if they allow their child to critically think to them. I think it would be great.
I don't like the idea of kids, kids who are raised in a religious household that just like believe this. And they go, well, why? What about this? Just believe it. Just believe it. Like that's indoctrination too. Like if you want your kid to really be a child of faith, then they have to get there on their own. They have to find faith for themselves. It's not something, I don't think the best way to have like long lasting faith. I think you can give them a foundation, but just like, because I said so doesn't work. It's
absolutely.
Like, that's a great question. Let's dive into this together and answer these questions. There seems to be questions. I think Jordan Peterson's really phenomenal at that. His new book, We Who Wrestle with God, I think is going to cover a lot of that stuff, because he wrestles with it a lot, and he's as smart as they come. So I think that's probably even for the religious families out there, you don't want your kid, like, I don't believe you want your kid to just blindly follow. I think that then when people ask them questions out in the world, when Peter Boghossian sits you down for a street epistemology session, he asks you questions, you have no idea how to handle it, then if it all falls away. So have your ducks in a row.
Absolutely.
Know why you believe what you believe, whatever it is. I could ask Peter Boghossian a million questions, and he is well thought out in all of his understandings of things, and it works for him. But not everyone has a brain like his, or a brain like Sam Harris. So some people, can't, do that, and they need something that's more simplistic, and maybe provide that.
Not just that, but you leave them with a hole that once that hole is uncovered, it shakes them to the core.
Yeah.
And a lot of people find their faith like legitimately in their darkest moments, in their hardest moments, and it's not something you can teach. It's not something you can push. It's something you can show your children through your example. You can show and tell your story to your kids and all of that. But yeah, I think a lot of kids will leave a religion that they were raised in because they were never taught to seek and understand why they believe it, if they do. And
100%.
it was never okay to question it in the home.
Yeah.
And yet, I think that's God gave us the ability to question and understand for that
Yeah.
very purpose, so that we can learn. And
So the parents
so
that sign up for Paradox are the parents who are okay with their kids asking really tough questions all the time, and just, really igniting that curiosity in their kid to just go out into the world with wonder of like trying to figure out why we're here. What is your purpose? Like people always say, why do bad things happen to good people? Or are you a good person? Yeah, I'm a good person. Okay. Is this a good water bottle? Yeah. Is it a good pillow? No. Why? Because you have to define what a thing is before you can make a judgment on whether or not it's good. It's a good container for water because it seals and it closes and stuff like that. It's not a good pillow because you have to define what a pillow is. It's not soft. So for you to say that you're a good person, you have to define what a person is. You need a purpose. You need a meaning. And I think the crisis of meaning is huge with young people today. It's why the nihilism is so strong. It's why, people have depression rates and suicidality and nihilism and self-harm and all this kind of stuff that we see is because they don't have a purpose. They don't have an assignment. Why are you here? If you don't have a reason why you're here, it's like cleaning the house. We're moving soon, and we're like going through stuff. It's like, what the hell is this thing? It's like you get this. It's like, what is this? And people go like, I don't know. Ask around. I don't know what this is. What purpose does this serve? I don't know. Then get rid of it. And I think that's what happens with young people is they go, I don't have a purpose. I don't know why I'm here. So there's no reason for me to be here. And I think that so know why you're here. I do think that faith gives you that. It gives you a purpose. You're here to, fulfill God's promises and kingdom or whatever it is. And then it's like, okay, well, at least I have a purpose now. And that's why the rates for those kinds of things is lower with people who know what their purpose is. That's a Viktor Frankl thing too. He went through the Holocaust and it was so horrific, but he got through it because he had a purpose. Man's Search for Meaning is a book that I go over in my civic class. It's really, really important that young people find their purpose. So that's like theme constantly in my civics class. It's not just, that there's 100 senators and you have to win 270 votes in electoral college. It's not that. It's how to understand our society and build a better one in the future.
I teach like the same thing in our Patriot camp that we do. We teach the individual spirit and the fact that as an individual, you belong here in this time for this reason, for whatever it is, but you matter, you're important, and it's not faith-based per se. We also try to not alienate anybody based on belief, but what I really want to encourage is that you're here for a reason. We're not ants living in an ant farm. We're not nothing. We're not numbers. We're individuals who can do amazing things with the right curiosity, with the right thought or idea, with just the right kindness or the way we treat other people. We can inspire and we can do. And that's the beauty of the American dream and the American spirit. And we're seeing it get dashed day to day, but you're right. There are children with body dysmorphic disorder that is almost like a cultural thing, and they can't even be comfortable in their own skin, let alone tell you why they matter. And yet, because society needs them, they need their light. We need their ideas. We need their inventions and their knowledge. And so I think that's brilliant. I would not discount a child that doesn't have a faith versus one that does, because both belong on this planet in this time to do something great.
Yeah. And encouraging them to do that. Like the people we've been talking about, Boghossian and Peterson and John Haidt and Eric Weinstein has been super supportive of the stuff that I've been doing. And, all the stuff that people have been on like Rogan's podcast, like there's something going on in society where there are these people who are very, they called it like the intellectual dark web a couple of years ago. It's these people, Ben Shapiro. You have Ben Shapiro, and then you have like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was like, I know he's like a meathead and stuff. He's labeled like conservative now, but he was raised by hippies, like hippies in San Francisco in the 60s and stuff. He's a pot smoking, psychedelic taking, guy. And then you have Ben Shapiro, who wears the kippah on his head and married waited till marriage and everything like that. So what do they have in common? It's like the willingness to talk about all of these things, put it out in the open, and those were the biggest influences on my educational career, and that's like the biggest influences on Powder Docs. 100.
And they got open
The
minds.
dark web for middle school and high schoolers.
Joe Rogan, I think Ben Shapiro as well, but the open mind that Joe Rogan has to listen to the weird. I had a question you brought up, or a thought. I just want to get your thoughts on this a minute ago. Is suicidality is up? You're not supposed to say that on YouTube. So, anyways, it's up in youth, and it seems like from an outsider looking in, it seems like the schools focused on talking about it more and trying to belay it more, and it shot up after that. And do you see that, or do you see that they started talking about it as a response to its elevation?
I think when you talk about Abigail Schreier's first book, was it Irreversible Damage or something about girls transitioning, but now she has a new one called like Bad Therapy. And
yeah,
in the new book, it's good. It's about like, if you talk about your problems nonstop, it doesn't make your problems go away. They just become a more central focus of your life. And I think that's a problem with what's going on in schools is kids are depressed, and then you just talk about your depression nonstop as opposed to like getting out of it. Like, we know how to get out of depression. We've all had excuse me, seasons of depression, but even things like physical exercise and the way the endorphins move, I have my boys are having a sleepover tonight, and I got a big Tupperware thing ready for ice because they're getting up first thing. I'm getting up at 7 a.m. with like a David Goggins wake up. Get up, ice bath, let's go. Get into the ice bath because as much as it sucks, when you get out, it's undeniable. I mean, they've compared it to like cocaine. It's like there are things you can do to get out of that depression. I think that seeking meaning and purpose is absolutely one of them. But I also think exercise and doing that kind of stuff is really important. Helping others is really important. There's things that you can do other than just talk about your feelings nonstop. And
absolutely
become this thing where you just talk about your feelings. But the Bible
reliving the trauma over and over.
Your heart's gonna
they make you that thing. I also have another
victim mentality instead of a victor and moving past it. It's all about diving into the constant trauma instead of saying, hey, we know what happened, wasn't right. What did we learn? And how do we move forward and be a victor of this story?
Yeah. Like, we got to think about like what's going to serve these young people. Talking about your problems is not going to serve them. It's what's going to serve them is how to recognize, like, yeah, I went through that. Now, what do I do to get out of it? You got to think about what's the best way to approach. Everyone can look at themselves as a victim.
Absolutely.
We're all victims if you want to look at it like that. But is that going to help you in your life to live a great, purpose-filled life? I also
have another thought on that is children are attention-seeking machines. Yeah, and if in school all the time they're talking, the focus is on a child who committed or attempted or talked about it, so they drum it up. Children, just like with the rainbow flag movement that's come along, where the schools have focused on that, all of a sudden you see the levels of that shoot up in school. I think it's the same thing. Whereas nowadays, the easiest way to get a parade around your elementary school is to be, 8 years old and come out as homosexual, even though you have no clue what that is. Like Cartman on South Park when he's transgender. You have no clue what that is. You just know there's an outcome. You get a parade. Special. The kid that hit the first home run of anyone in your age group, he's blown off. He doesn't matter. Although he reached something meritorious, be it through practice or natural ability, whatever. But the kid who just came out and said, wait a second, they told me all last year that rainbow flag's the most important thing that I should aspire to be. So I'm going to lean in. And then every other kid says, forget about writing or forget about being the first kid that can solve, counting to 100 or 1,000, or the first kid to master the multiplication tables. I'm going to join that club.
Then you add the fact, and on that note, that parents are involved in that same issue. Their kid is special, or their kid is this, and they also like the attention for it. But add the fact that parents are hearing, there's the other side where parents are hearing, You either celebrate this or your child is going to remove themselves from the planet, and there's no in between. And you're going, what? I can't. I don't agree with this. I think my child, and we're losing doctors therapists who are going to be that soundboard and help that child get through whatever it is they're going through. You're losing them to, oh yeah, you need to transition. That's your only option. We're losing this. And I wanted to add what Norma says, one of our comments. There is an atmosphere of despair for the parents now, and they're teaching it to their kids.
Yeah.
This comes from a terrible economy. This comes from a world where people feel helpless in their own lives. And it's coming to the point where we as parents are the example to our kids. And maybe we don't realize what they see, but it's not just what they see. It's what they feel. They understand when there's tension. They understand some things: acceptance, love, unconditional love, stress. Children get all of this. And like I said, it's happening to adults who are, we don't know what we're doing when we have kids, especially the first child. They're growing up with us. They're learning with us.
Yeah, for sure.
We're in a world where kids we all need to be examples, but we also need to know there's hope, and that we can all be victorious in our lives and be the victor of our own stories rather than victims.
Yeah.
And it comes from having that knowledge of critical thinking and the ability to find and create an outcome for yourself based on knowledge and not circumstance.
Yeah, my civics class starts. I recorded like the first couple of classes already. It starts with, imagine a country that's more beautiful, more efficient, more ethical. And then what is your role going to be in making it so? So the whole concept of this is getting the kids in the class to become good, active participants in the American system of being good citizens, but you have to, that despair thing's real, but also, like you said, the incentive structure. Elie Wiesel went through the Holocaust, and he said the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. So I've seen a lot of kids over the years who are like bad kids, and they act up because their parents ignore them at home. And if the parents have to come in to the principal's office and take them home because they're suspended, yell at them in the car, getting yelled at is better than being ignored. So there is this element of just like attention. And if a kid feels like they don't exist, and like, it's really hard to hit the first home run. It's really hard. It's really easy to just take on an identity. So we've lowered the bar so much about what it means to be a hero or what it means to be recognized as being great. Kids know that stuff. They're going to take the path of least resistance. So it's like, all I have to do is say that I'm this thing, and you guys are going to celebrate me. I don't have to practice in the batting cages for hours and hours every day. Oh, well, why would you not do that? What I mean?
Where's the blister on my palm from that?
Or the time with my dad throwing a ball to me.
Yeah.
Like these
and
things.
You miss out on all that.
Yeah, they're missing some of the greatest moments.
And some parents are I think of Jazz Jennings' mom. Like that is a traumatic experience. I think in another 20 years, that'll be studied as child abuse. And
it's already happening in Europe. The Tavistock Clinic and stuff like that. They're already pulled back from this hardcore, this gender. But by the way, affirming, which is what teachers a lot of times do. It's that toxic compassion thing. Affirming, you don't affirm. That's the worst kind of therapy. I feel like I don't exist in the world, or I'm not important. Like, you're right, kid. Like, that's like the opposite. That's the opposite of what I do as a teacher. I don't affirm whatever you believe. I question whatever you believe, even if I believe it too, even if it's absolutely right. You say the sky is blue, I'm not going to be like, yes, it is. In my class, it's like, well, is it? Is it always blue? When is it not blue? What's the nuance here? Nuance is like my like favorite concept in my educational practice. It's not a bad word, but people like the simplistic narrative, so they don't like the nuance. They don't like wrestling with the nuance. The people I talked to at the RNC were really cool with the nuance. They loved it. They were like really down with like, yeah, this is complicated. Someone told me that concept of like about Trump, because I was like, what about Trump's doing this, Trump's doing that, and they're like, someone said this. I thought it was so good. They said, voting for someone isn't a Valentine that professes my love for that person, my undividing, my complete devotion to that person. It's a chess move about what is the best strategy for the America that I want to see, or something like that. It's like that's a
Yep.
way better way to approach it. That's
It's
a nuanced way
absolutely
to approach
true.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. And nuance is an important place to be. And I look at it, you look at it, the Progressive Party in the 60s were weak and on the outside, and they were open to nuance. They were open to conversation. I think it's all whatever angle is in control is the ones that are closed off, because that threatens them. In the 60s, progressives were on the Republican and Democrat. Mostly it was youth. And the conservatives were on the Democrat and the Republican. Like when you talk about it was the Vietnam was the big thing.
Yeah.
You got Johnson, conservative. He played progressive in a couple areas, and I'll even say he did it honestly. His civil rights stuff.
Mhm.
But right now the progressives are in control. They have the media, the government, the colleges. They have the cathedral, as Curtis Yarvin calls it. They have it all.
Let's show his website.
Yeah, we
again.
gotta close this up and cut him loose.
Norma makes a comment that
Yeah,
says, "Thank
this was
you."
fun though. We did 2 hours just like in a blink of an eye. I could do this forever.
I know. I knew that you'd be a great guest, and we're so grateful for your patience on everything.
I just want to talk conspiracies the whole time.
Norma says, "Thank you for nurturing independent thinking, and playing devil's advocate isn't always a bad thing." And it's absolutely true. I mean, this is where my husband and I we clash sometimes, because I naturally try to give him the other side, even when I don't mean to, but I'll challenge him constantly. He's like, "Why are you always challenging me? Why can't?" And I'm just like, well, because it's not concrete. And I tell my kids all the time, if you don't stand for anything, you'll fall for everything. And it's to me, that is so true. You've got to be concrete in your beliefs and understand why you believe them. And you never get there by being told them. You need to seek to understand. And yes, and I love that. I love the ideas that you've already presented on Petterbox. I'm going to be deep diving into this. My husband and I are considering the homeschool option. One kid wants it, one kid doesn't. Again,
let me guess which kids.
Homeschooling is about self-discipline, which is something kids really struggle with, especially the child I have that wants homeschool. I'm like, really? So patterdox.com, patterdox.com. This is a good looking site. It's very clean.
Guiding young minds how to think, not what to think. Now, this is the cool part. Social science education to foster critical thinking in your teenagers, which differs from social science nowadays, seems to be more geared towards indoctrination, making them what you want.
Yep.
Where this one makes them want to be what would serve them best.
100. That's a great way to put it, Jared. Yes. Yeah. I'm not pushing anything other than thinking. So your kid, and I've been doing it for a while. I have a great track record. I'm excited to do this. I don't think that it's been done. So I'm kind of ahead of the curve on it, but I do think it's a direction that education's going. And it's not for everybody, but for the people that it is, reach out, patterdox@gmail.com, reach out. I'll jump on a call and see if it's not a good fit for you, then it's not a good fit. It's not gonna be a good fit for everybody, but for the people that it is, then we can do some awesome things. And
I also think that you, if you're a parent who values this in your own life, and like for me, example, this would be awesome to me. And I would be fully prepared to watch my child argue with me on real issues. Now, while he's a teenager, before he goes away to college or to trade school or the real world, I want him to know why I believe what I believe, and I want him to tell me why he believes. I think this would create a conversation in your house that would be really, really fulfilling, and both of you would learn. I would love to know why my children think the way they do and see how they think. I'm so excited to learn more about this. And I think, though, it would require us taking the entire leap, though, into being a homeschool family.
I don't think so. I think this would be a good, honestly, I want to throw this out. This would be an addendum. This would be something that, you know what? Take the bite, $200, sign them up for a year and see what comes out of it. This will help them in, if they're in any age bracket, any school, maybe, I don't know. I'd like to see how you work it into, say, elementary age school.
That tends to be more like a one-on-one thing. It's very different. I'm credentialed to teach. I've taught elementary. It's a very different thing. Instead of talking about, the immigration crisis or abortion, we talk about like why, some people like, broccoli and some people don't. The viewpoint diversity becomes like more simple idea.
You'd be more teaching them how to think, how to dig into their own ideas or their own thought process, their own, more than likely in that age, their own desires, immediate desires more. So they'd have to sit and say, why do I want this more right now? And that'd be a tough one. But middle school, man, I could see this like hitting a sixth grader and getting a sixth grader, because they've started to form complex thoughts and they're noticing stuff. But everyone, Will is awesome. Young Will has a full head of hair. I want to see so many people sign up that next time we talk to him, he's graying and he's tired and he's like,
he's
you
also
guys,
on all the socials, folks.
I'm getting no sleep. What have you done? That's what I want to see. But no, this is fantastic, Will. Thanks for coming on. There is a lot of comments. A lot of people dig what you're doing, but we recognize that you have to go. You got, family to get to.
But I'm down to be here anytime you guys invite me. I love it, and your audience probably would be the people that would be interested in what I'm doing.
And I have to say, this isn't our normal video day. So, we're going to share this everywhere. And we encourage those of you, if you like this show, please share it, like and subscribe us on YouTube, and give Will a like and subscribe on YouTube. You're on YouTube.
That's my name. Yep.
Okay, so
and I want
race theory conversations on there. You got to check that one out.
That one I'm definitely checking out. And
I'll send it to you, Jared.
Send that to me. And everything you got about conspiracy, because conspiracy, that's like my bedtime story. I just love how weird people are.
And people need to follow you. And you're on Instagram, Facebook, you're on X. Is it all your name?
I think on X it's like Teacher Roosh, spelled wrong, TEECHER, but it's mostly Instagram. Mostly Instagram. If you look at my name, that's the platform I use most. It becomes too much, all these socials. But
you don't say. Well, we feel very lucky, and we appreciate you giving us the time. And thank your beautiful wife for me. And I'm so glad you and Jared get to meet, because I'm sure you're not going to hear the end from him.
Instantly. It's like stepbrothers.
Seriously.
Best friends.
We're best friends.
Dude, I love talking about the weird stuff. And I love talking about how culturally the nation moves in directions.
Okay, let's go.
Yep. Have a good night, good sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. Bye.
We'll talk soon. Bye.
All right, everyone.
I knew it. I knew you'd like him.
Yeah, that dude was way cool. We'll go through and look at what comments we have on here and clear out the show. Norma says, First Amendment should stand for everyone, not just the media. 100% First Amendment is for everyone. The media, what their place is the media was people who were going to take an adversarial role to the government, but we have lost that. And it's not the first time we've lost that. And we've lost that. Yellow journalism in the 1900s. That's how we ended up in the Spanish-American War.
No, I think there's more to it too. The media has been brought into a particular way, though, where now they're not just free media that's giving you information. The information is a narrative pre-planned by a personal agenda, which the First Amendment was never meant to be like that.
No.
Freedom of speech was, they get to tell you what's going on, and like it or not, it's what's going on. That's not how it is for us anymore. So they are like the fourth arm of whatever party is in power.
Yeah.
No, I can't even say that, because even when the opposite party's in power, the media has gone to one side.
But the party is still in power, even though the people speak out and put someone else
in power.
In power, air quotes.
So the media is
progressivism is in power, and we do need, like he said, we need we need that yin and yang. We need that push and pull. We don't want a constricted society by conservatives, but we don't want a wild, rambunctious, crazy society by progressives. We got to find that line, and we're seeing that all over. Norma says nuclear downwinders revolt, and now I just want to say, now the nuclear technology, and they've got the thorium salt that they're talking about. And I don't understand none of this, but what I do understand is how nuclear works is nuclear runs hot and they use it to boil water, and the steam coming off that water turns a turbine. That turbine turns the generator to generate power. So it's not
Did you just seriously dumb down nuclear energy in a way
that's the only way I understand it,
that everyone can understand? That's brilliant.
But so nuclear isn't released, it's captured. They trap it. But in the end, there is that fuel rod that has spent its value in boiling water, but it's still reactive. So yes, that does need to be managed and controlled. Now, obviously, we can't get Elon Musk on board to shoot it to Mars because he plans on moving there one day. But no one's talking about moving to Venus.
Well, no one could live on Venus.
Sure, but no one could live on Mars either. That's Dave says.
No, Venus has clouds,
Venus,
an atmosphere
Venus
that
has
crushes.
an acidic.
You couldn't build a place to live
The
on
Russians
Venus.
found that out when they sent their satellites.
But if you're going down a little, she gets kind of, she kind of gets out of the nuclear.
Yeah. Okay. She says
thing.
Libertarian capitalism rules 100%. That's where you let freedom and the market decide what works. So you let people be crazy, and then you let the market decide if that crazy is good. What can you bring to table? Experience counts, and that's 100%.
Dave says that's why the elite will always.
Yeah, he says that's why
be on top. It's an IQ ladder. He's talking about. He brought that up when we were discussing the education system, the college upper education system, and why it's expensive and why they're not letting you do it online and have that be acceptable. It's because it's by design that they want to teach what they teach, and those same people hire the people that are teaching your kids and the expectations. And so it's like a long line of indoctrination.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an IQ ladder. I don't think colleges do a significant raise or lower on IQ. Sadly, IQ is generally pretty inherent in the person you are.
People who make those IQ
but
tests,
it will make knowledge more, but knowledge isn't necessarily IQ. IQ is generally the ability.
Knowledge about what, and how.
Yes. But I think the colleges have worked to make it indispensable. And that started out in the progressive era about the time Mike Lee was on Tucker Carlson and talked about this the other day, where he talked about the movement where they kind of stripped Congress of power through the threat of the judiciary. And it's interesting, and it's made it so that their status is what counts. And we've gone that way, but I think we're reaching the end of that because we've seen the outcomes. We need a yin and yang.
Watch Tucker or listen to his podcast with that Mike Lee. That episode was really good. And I was just listening
it's a good one
today about a gentleman regarding AI and the pros and cons of AI and everything that you think. This is for anyone that's had any concerns regarding AI, Tucker is one of those people, Carlson, in case you don't know, but he's one of those people that thinks AI will destroy us. And he's kind of been on that side of it. And this gentleman that he had on his show that I was listening to today, I don't know if I have his name, but he does not agree that AI will destroy us. And his name is Amjad Mazad. and he calls it the cults of Silicon Valley, woke AI, and tech billionaires turning to Trump.
Well, the thing about AI is I don't know. I know they had this argument when automobile first came out in New York. It was a huge thing.
Right.
Revolts
it's an
and
agenda
violence.
to convince or to stop.
Well, no, they were
something.
legitimately afraid that they would not be able to have a job. The thing with AI is I don't see where there is where automobile opened up new avenues of income, right? Being a mechanic. So the people who shoveled horse poop then became
You're
mechanics.
saying AI is going to take jobs
But
instead
does
of
AI
innovation.
open up those avenues? I don't know. I'm
I
not
think it
smart enough
does.
to know.
And this guy said that
I hope it
that
does.
what we're not doing is teaching kids and young people coding anymore. That stopped being the thing. And yes, people want to have their lives convenient, especially Americans. Like,
What do
we
you
pay
do
good
when
money
AI
for
codes
it.
itself?
And he goes through a lot of that about how AI learns and what AI learns from. It's all based on code that it is given, but it can't differentiate. And there's a lot of things like, AI can tell you what a cat is based on a billion pictures of a cat, but the variations in each picture, if the first cat it sees is sitting on grass, it's coding in itself. Okay, grass, fur, eyes, stuff. Okay, it's a cat. But then you show a cat sitting on someone's lap and there's no grass. All of a sudden, AI gets confused. And so it's all into coding. And it could create a number of jobs for people in coding. And coding doesn't require a college education. Hell, you know that the We Are Anonymous. Do you know the hackers?
Mhm.
We Are not the Anonymous.
Mhm.
They started that whole thing that you were talking about when all those people were in the camp and staying in the park, Wall Street.
Yeah.
They started that almost as a joke, and it created this huge movement. New Netflix documentary, but it goes through. These are just teenagers who can code and hack into incredibly different things. Well, AI is initially that. It's hacking in. Again, Tucker Carlson believes AI is going to destroy us eventually. So with that mindset, he brought on somebody who disagrees with him. I love it.
Yeah, no, Tucker has interesting conversations, but
I like that argument side, the devil's advocate side.
Well, and I like Tucker. I like that he has really leaned into the free speech thing since he left. He'll talk crazy conspiracies. Still, his show with Alex Jones is the best showing I've seen of Alex Jones yet.
His discussion on the firing or resignation of Nixon is one of the best I've ever heard.
Yeah,
and I had no idea everything going into Nixon's resignation, and I feel like America owes Nixon an apology.
It's almost like the CIA set that up too, but
it's exactly like they did.
Yep.
And they put in a president that was not the vice president.
Yep.
This has been going on, you guys.
Selection, but it's been going on forever. David says, does going to college make him a better teacher? Sorry, we didn't have a chance to ask him that. He had to run, but that is a good question. Or give them more time to indoctrinate him. And that could also be.
I would ask,
of course,
would you as a parent purchase or use his curriculum if he wasn't a teacher?
Ooh, well,
because right now society has
lots of
told
people,
us that's what you need.
Lots of people use Dr. Ron Paul's homeschool curriculum, and he is not a teacher. He is a doctor.
But still, he went to college and has accolades.
Sure, went to college and went and became an Air Force medic.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, until we change our mindset on what a good, because Jordan Peterson is somebody I listen to often. He makes my brain hurt. I have to stop, turn it up. Sometimes I have to look up stuff and words that he uses because he speaks way above my pay grade, and I am always challenged by him. But he's a professor. His experience is being a professor. Would people have listened if he did not have those accolades?
That, but also a therapist. He's applied his skills in the free market as well. And
But all college based first.
yeah, maybe I don't know. I think
it's a circle.
I think at this moment in time, I think you really can't reach the teacher level on a wholesale teacher without the college, because that's not allowed.
But
Now,
it'd be
let's say
nice
if
to
he
change
went out
it.
to try to be, yeah, it would be nice
It'd be
if he
nice
went
to
out
see
to
a change.
if he went out to be a tutor, would people do it? But that's a good question. It would have been cool to ask him, does he thinks his college experience made him more capable? And I'll bet it's a yes and no. I'll bet he does a yes and. I'll bet he says,
Yeah.
well, there were some classes I took away that made me more efficient at stuff. There are some classes I took away that were just kind of a waste.
But I bet he tells you, just from what I've known about him, I think he's learned more from this type of initiation of videos and YouTube and getting people on his show and reading books and by certain types of people, like he said, his inspirations that made him far more educated than what a college could.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
Or
David's point, and I want that to be in a perfect world, I think free market means free market. If I purchase this guy's curriculum and I realize I'm not a fan of how this is, and I'm seeing that he's not teaching accurately, something that is free to all of us to look up, he's just compiling it in one place and starting the conversations. Does it require a college degree to do that?
I don't know.
No, but he's invested in it. And free market would say, no, not for me. I wouldn't purchase this from someone who doesn't have this. But it could also make him highly successful to have it all compiled into one place and be his personality and his knowledge that inspires kids in a different way.
That's a big question. I'll bet he'd answer yes and no.
Yeah.
Norma says popular. I have to research what she said that about.
Brain dumping is what David said. This is when we were talking about, so it'd come in between there. We were talking about how teachers right now are teaching kids how to pass classes. And she's saying, what makes a person, like a teacher, a good teacher?
Yeah.
He had asked that. And that's what she's saying, that teachers popular with kids. I think there's a lot in that. The Bill and Melinda Gates schools would go based on just your test scores. But you and me, and probably you too, remember that teacher in school, 1, 2, 3 teachers that you really connected with and learned from.
Most of them were shop teachers.
Mine was honestly. English and history.
I did have an English teacher that left, but she left a moment on me because of her excitement about it. And I mean, I would run into her out in town growing up, and it was some Shakespeare, Roses, whatever. And I stood up in class. She asked about it and I wasn't paying attention. I stood up and says, something about roses smelling the same. And she always brought that up to me years later, like 10 years later. She's like, that was the funniest thing.
But she remembers you, and you probably had that label.
Oh, and
that you were the bad kid.
I wasn't. Right? No, she was never. She thought she thought it was funny that's what but in school, some classes I had bad kid labeled, but not in her class.
You showed an interest and she showed an interest.
There were some.
That's incredible.
There were some classes, because I went to school in the town my father grew up in, a very small town, and some classes, I was liked or disliked or treated different or better because of their remembrance of my father, which was wild to me.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Dave says free market would put them all online somehow or provide skill shop education. And I think in the end, it's going to end up like that. It's already kind of moving.
It's happening.
That way.
You can get Harvard online business. You can get all these different branches of school online.
Yeah. It's getting crazy. Kids already watch videos all day, so they understand the foundation. I think we read that. Yeah.
Yes.
And then we talked about eating fresh.
Yeah, we did all these.
Teach your kids to read books, and that's important. And teach your kids to absorb books and not just seek books for entertainment, but seek them for knowledge. Because, like, they can read Twilight, which is a very entertaining book for a teenage girl, but Like I say all the time, Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind, I think, is one of the most important books written because it gives you reflection, both sides. It's written by a progressive leftist, but it gives you an honest reflection on both sides, and why they think the way they do, the downsides of thinking the way they do, the upsides, what they provide, what draws them to that, in a way that it will make you understand where the other side is coming from, both directions. It's a wonderful book.
And you know what? I ask, kids to read the Bible if they can, or read stuff about it. And this is on a separate issue, but again, it's the act of looking up something or turning a page, of pondering what you've just heard. If it's the Bible, if it's Atlas Shrugged, if it's Twilight, whatever it is, get lost in it, but seek to understand it. I think Bill O'Reilly is a person that I followed for a long, long time, and he would always use words. And his class, he was a teacher, and he would say, I use these words not to talk down to you, but to educate you. So you have to look it up. And it was a rule in his class. It was a rule in Mr. Benyon's class in high school in Granger. If you heard a word you didn't understand, you went up and looked up the definition, because you were going to be called on it in history. You had to go up to the dictionary in the front and look it up, because he was going to ask you.
I don't remember that class. I'm sure I excelled. Norma says there's an atmosphere of despair for the parents now. They are teaching it to their kids. There really is. I don't know. I mean, I was alive in the 70s. I have no remembrance of it, but I know that there was
remembrance of the 70s.
Well, when there was the shrinkflation and all that, I remember
interest rates were 20% almost.
We lived different, but I imagine that we might be living in kind of the same thing, where we have an inflationary market, and for whatever reason, it's hard. I've got friends out there looking for jobs, and they're having a hard time when they're saying, oh, we've got more jobs created and more hiring. But then you look up the stats, and all those jobs created and hiring or recreated are going to
it's because they're not high paying jobs.
They're going to illegal migrants right now.
It's almost like they're staying below a certain price that they pay per hour, so that you wouldn't lose your benefits.
Because
I've looked at work, and a lot of it is part-time.
Yes.
But the pay, $9 an hour, $12 an hour, and yet you can't support a family on that. And so people are getting second jobs.
Yeah,
there's
craziness going on. And me, I mean, I'm obviously, I have 3 jobs that I work, I'm out at the salt plant, I still handyman, and then I do the firearms instruction on the side, which next week we'll be throwing the advertisement out for that. And Holly says we're first cousins once removed.
Norma said that.
So
she figured it out for us.
Okay, first cousins.
Because I don't understand the once removed part.
And Norma is my cousin going in the other direction. I don't know what removed, but Norma is my dad's cousin. So
okay, then they're second cousins.
Okay, second cousins, whatever. Thank you for nurturing independent thinking. I wish we would have read that one to him.
I did.
Oh, good.
I read that one, and playing devil's advocate isn't always a bad thing.
And no, that's true. Devil's advocate's important. Norma, you got some grandkids. Pass this knowledge on to your children to have a look at it and see if it's something that'd be right for them. I do believe that is all the comments. Everyone.
Wait, was there anything you wanted to finish our conversation about?
No, I think
I've heard though that I was just going to say really quick the boxer. I've heard she has both chromosomes.
Yes. How do they test that? That's where we reach another hard part.
But she's not the only one.
Do we want to run a test for that?
The Olympic Committee has another one. I
Yeah.
And the reason they said that it was okay is because she's a girl on her passport.
Yeah,
That's what the Olympic Committee has said. But I think as a nation,
it's tough. I don't know
we
how
have to ask these ladies to stand up and not fight this person, or we as Americans need to not watch it, or advertisers need to pull money from anything that involves a guy beating the hell out of a girl in a ring.
I'll say this. I think the Olympics is dead. I'll just say it outright. I would like to see the lady boxers come together and say, you know what? Let's start a worldwide lady boxing division. Let's just do it. Just us. We're going to write the rule book. We're going to set the barriers to entry. And I'd like to see the intersex boxers come together and say, hey, you and me, let's start an intersex sports intersex or trans, whatever. Let's start it and let's see where we can get it on there. Maybe we can get it on ESPN 55 right now.
A trans group could get it on every channel.
You know, but we could get it on there, but we could build our way up. Just like UFC started out, they were losing money, they were grinding, but they got up there. Now they're the biggest thing. You know, work your way up
in each community, and the press would make you think that there's a huge 20% of our population is trans, right?
Yeah.
But I'm sure a lot of it is trans women's sports, because I don't know many trans males that want to play against other males. I think that it's not a thing right now.
That's a tough haul for them to do.
And so if you start a trans group and let them compete, I mean, I would give my time and attention to that. Competition is great. I think that if we it's got to be about protecting girls. And I think the Olympics has dropped the ball. It can't be dead. There's so many advertisers. They're making tons of money. Do you see how many medals France has?
No.
Like they're second, I think.
I don't think it's about protecting girls outright. I mean, it will do that, but I think it's about, look, I don't want to, I wouldn't sign up. Okay, Mike Tyson versus that Jake Paul or Luke Paul or whatever Paul, where Mike Tyson's would show him what a heavyweight champion named Mike Tyson is.
Maybe
in the ring.
Or show him what an old man looks like in the
Dude,
ring.
I'm serious. Mike Tyson.
But this is so different. It is about
I would
girls.
show up to watch that for the novelty. But what I'm saying is, I wouldn't want to go watch a sport. Like, I wouldn't sign up to say, hey, I want to see the LA Lakers go up against, whatever high school basketball team. You know, I don't know if I would give that my time and energy and effort, because that would just be, it'd be
not fair.
Unless they make it funny, it'd be, if they made it funny, it'd be like the Globetrotters against the Generals. I wouldn't
want to do it to a bunch of high school kids who are working really hard.
But and that's what I think. Like when Fallon Fox was fighting, it wasn't even entertaining. And this boxing match, it hit a complicated area where there was a lapse. So I don't know if I would say that the IOC is pushing an agenda there. Their opening ceremony, which wasn't them, it was other people. It was people contracted to do that. No, that's got a lot of questionable stuff to it that I think we could talk about another time.
No, I want to say something about the opening ceremony. Is that I think Jordan Peterson said it best on his Twitter. He said, "Now do Mohammed."
And
that was it.
They don't. Then they won't.
They would never. But they didn't think, the guy said he didn't think he was making fun of the Last Supper. He was talking about acceptance. I, as a person of faith,
the choreographer called it the Last Supper.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, I feel blessed to belong to a faith where every single person who mocked that event, whether they did it intentionally or unintentionally, where every person who mocked it and the people who decided to mock it can have forgiveness and love from that faith. That's why we get picked on. That's why we get made fun of, because we are a faith that believes in the best in people, that they believe in redemption. So I was angry, but it didn't resonate so badly to where I was so offended. I did have a jihad on watching the Olympics. I'm not going to watch the garbage if that's who they are. I think advertisers should have pulled out if they didn't agree with it. They did not. I believe in shopping with my dollars, per se. So I haven't seeked out looking the Olympics, and it would actually require me.
I
to
haven't
seek
watched
out.
it, and I want to see if capitalism sends that message.
One advertiser I know I've dropped out and made a point.
Well,
to do
no,
it.
what I mean is Olympic viewership dropped.
I hope so. And the fact that they're not on streaming like regular streams, you have to have certain subscriptions or you have to have cable TV.
Oh, that's everything's moving that way.
Yeah, it is. But I think viewership, I think a lot of Christians were offended, as they should be. It's terrible.
I'm not a
watch them
Christian.
Make fun of our Lord and Savior, right?
I'm not a Christian, and I'm offended. I don't know if I'm offended. I'm like, why? Why did
Right.
they do this? Like,
The French people were just like this.
it would have been one thing.
Notre Dame Cathedral right there in a faith-based populace in France,
Mhm.
whether you believe it or not, whether it's Muslims or Christians, there's a lot of faith people. You'd never do it to the Muslims, so we're an easy target.
Mhm.
But it was done in such a way, like the guy with his juglets hanging out next to a child.
Well, it was
Like,
perverse.
come on.
Now,
Yes,
had they
perverse.
done a dance routine about the Last Supper, I'd have been like, okay. Had they done a dance routine about Dionysus, okay. But when they mix in, we're going to make it a transgender Last Supper and then have this pagan god rise out. Or had
With a
they,
white horse that looks like one of the horses of the apocalypse.
and it's just all the weird, you
Golden
can tell
calf.
they did it to make a message. And let's face it, corporate America, like he said, has moved in that direction to where they are all bought in on the progressive agenda because they think it makes them money. And we'll just see. I hope
A few
it,
corporations would disagree at this point. Bud Light being one of them. Maybe.
Bud Light is just
Seem
scared,
to-
and everyone's just working, and it's this culture war. It's absorbed everything. It's sucked all the oxygen
all
out of the room.
scared. But that's right. We've created a place where the virtue signaling for those principles is acceptable. They don't care about the people that got them there. They're the best salesman in the world will pick up a pen and you say, sell me this pen. Well, I'm not going to sell you this pen by telling you about the pen. I'm going to sell you the pen by asking you what you need and telling you why this provides it.
Yeah.
And the truth is there's billions of Christians in the world. I think that we have to sit back sometimes and ask ourselves, why am I offended? Because I tell my kids this. I choose to be offended or I don't. I can't be a victim of I just can turn it off or I can make fun of it. I think mockery is the greatest.
Mhm.
I think that's the greatest, getcha. But at the end of the day, I kept thinking about it, and I'm watching The Chosen right now. My husband and I are, and I'm really moved by that show. And I think, how lucky am I to be in a faith where I know every person who made a mockery of that, indirectly or not, has the opportunity for redemption. And there's good in them, and they are loved by a God, regardless of what they do with their bodies or what they're doing. There's redemption for them, and I'll pray for them. At that point, after I had that mindset, it was like, it doesn't even bother me. I'm not watching the Olympics. I'm not going to contribute to it.
But honestly, I don't know if I'd have watched the Olympics anyway. So,
well, and the Olympics are coming to Utah.
God, I hope the Olympics
And
die before they get here.
I think that
What if the
Governor
ILC
Cox-
went under?
here's the thing. That almost happened when they were here last time and Mitt Romney came in for the win. They
Yeah,
were
but-
going under.
Well, just our local, but what if the IOC, the international?
We will see.
God, if
I
they
think it would
drown,
be devastating to the athletes in this world
who dedicate their lives to a sport, because I think it would be
that doesn't mean
devastating.
sports go away.
No, but this is a forum that lets them compete against every athlete in the world, the best of the best.
And
this
that it
is
can
a
only be done in the
merit-based-
Olympics.
That's where it's at right now. So if something else comes in. But my whole point of this is, Governor Cox came out against that opening, which gave me good vibes, because I'm thinking he's going to have a lot to say when they come to Utah. He's been a huge proponent of them coming, whether I like it or not. And I'm going to give props, where it's due. I appreciate him coming out against that. And I also hope that if he's governor or not, I mean, it's in 10 years or so, 36, 34, I don't remember. It's Winter Olympics. I hope that he will have an influence, and I hope other leaders will have an influence on making the games what they should be, something uniting, something that is, like I just said, the best athletes of the world who train their entire lives for this moment. That's what an opening ceremony should be about, in my opinion. Don't you?
Yeah, of course. It shouldn't have any divisive message in it at all.
Yeah, why alienate anyone?
From start to finish. You don't have anything that would push anyone out. And they pushed out
political. I loved watching North Korea, South Korea do that selfie.
That was awesome.
That was amazing.
That I saw just a blurb of that. That was awesome. That was cool. That's something that I like to see. I would love to see, as a person who's been to South Korea, I would love to see a reunification under peaceful terms. I would love to see North Korea liberalize. It would be economically hard on South Korea.
I wonder what it's like for the athletes who, I wonder, because I know they have guards around them all the time. I know that from the last Olympic Games. But these people still believe that Kim Jong-un doesn't go to the bathroom.
Or do they?
They believe that unicorns exist. They have no internet.
But yes, or do they?
Books.
Well, though they've got, there's a lot of stuff going on. Actually, Kim Jong-un,
the North Korean citizenry.
This last year, he's had to crack down, because what's been going on is there's a whole Christian underground,
right,
that smuggles in stuff to North Korea, and they've had a lot of executions of people caught with that.
Which is why the garbage and the poop is going over South Korea's border. I know it's his fight, but
I don't think
the way that the athletes are treated is not like any other.
Yes,
they've got guards around them. They are not allowed to do this.
Well, especially because they're traveling to a different country.
Yes, and they can't be influenced.
I don't know if there's a substantial percentage of North Koreans that believe in the El Duce ideals anymore. I think they just recognize that they're all forced into it.
Yeah, like
it'd be it's you can't question this, because it's detrimental to you and 3 generations of your family.
And every member of your family would have to turn you in, because otherwise they're tortured too.
Yep.
They already have the shame regardless.
They're all held hostage by each other.
It's so sad. But again, how great is it to see them competing?
That was way cool.
And Russia isn't competing.
Yeah, they're not allowed.
And I don't think that's okay. The reason they weren't competing last time was because they all tested dirty.
Because they cheated.
And I think that sucks, because again, Russian athletes have nothing to do politically, or shouldn't. I shouldn't say don't. Shouldn't. I mean, in China, for crying out loud, it's a business to make athletes. It's a business to make Olympic winning, which is why China's leading in gold. Like, they make it there from childhood.
Well, remember how the USSR
Olympics
ran it? Like, they would pump their female athletes, they would roid them up and then pull them off the roids at the window.
Yeah.
The furthest window. And Russia was their females would come out looking like they popped a wig on a dude.
Yeah, nothing like you imagine and what you see. Like, Russian women are beautiful women normally, but then this time they're out, and I'm wondering if it's because they all tested dirty, or is it because of the Ukraine conflict?
It's because of Ukraine.
See, there's no place for that in these Olympics. If we are going to have an open place
for all in the Olympics, and we don't make it political at all, you have to allow Russia to compete as long as they don't test dirty. I think
100%.
that's I'm sorry, but you either have it that way or you don't. You either have only females competing without any asterisks, or you don't.
I think that was just a lapse. I don't think that was intentional. I just think that they were like, oh, female, okay.
The
But now
Olympic
they're
Committee
going to
knows
have to,
'cause they couldn't compete in the world
they're going to
championship.
have to start doing, do they do testosterone level tests? Do
That
they
should
do
be
what? I mean,
considered.
how does that? I don't know. I don't want to be a part of that. I still think it should all break apart into its little bifurcations. It should federalize, if you will.
Wow.
and instead of having this great big control thing, and it should be, you know, an event that's fun and doesn't have this pressure, and it shouldn't bankrupt a city's population to make it happen. It's just become a disgusting thing.
Yeah.
And
Have you seen the Olympic forums in China that were built when it went there? They're all ghost towns. They've been overgrown. They look like something out of a movie. These sites that they purposely built for the Olympics that just died. And that's why Salt Lake City became such a great place to host them, is because in Salt Lake and in Park City and in the places that we had constructed to bring the Olympics in 2002, we kept them going and we actually used them and perfected them so that we come full infrastructure on the actual games.
Mostly infrastructure.
Mostly, other than the roads and stuff. But that is something that most cities do not do.
No,
They can't, especially in other
I
countries.
know Colorado Springs has its Olympic area still from when the Olympics was in Colorado.
Oh, do you know they're doing when LA gets them? LA has the Olympics, I think, next.
Yeah.
And one of their games is going to be in Colorado. And see, France has French Polynesia.
Yeah,
is
one of
where
their
they're
games
doing
is
the
in,
surfing.
Is it in Tahiti?
It just says French Polynesian Island. And
I think
that's
it's
where
in,
they're going to host the surfing event for the Olympic Games. And because it's still part of France. So the United States is like, well, if we're going to play that game, we can hit everything.
shoot, we need to do that like for the Olympics when they come here and hold an event in Alaska or something.
Yeah.
Well, what if they did a downhill skiing in Hawaii? Just one of the events in Hawaii, because you can ski in Hawaii.
Yeah, they get snow.
Yeah.
That's so funny. I mean, if you think about it, that's funny, but
honestly, none of that bothers me. None of that. I think here's honestly how I think the Olympics should be ran if they're going to keep them, is they should be each city petitions for an event or multiple events and may win multiple events, but each city says, hey, look,
each
we
city
can
within the same country.
No, any country. They can be, you know, you could have like Moscow say, hey, look, for the Olympics, we're obviously, you know, not the right whatever for the decathlon, but you know what? A cycle race would do good here. We got this track laid out, and obviously,
Or France says do Tour de France here.
France does the same thing, but they can do the Olympics, and so you could
Moscow.
have the Olympics spread out.
I don't think it makes enough money to do that, and I don't think you could spread people out that much as far as the way they're thinking is the structure. I think the hometown has a huge advantage, as you're seeing in how well the French athletes are doing through the Olympics. They're doing excellent. I mean, they're doing excellent, and I think home advantage has a huge
Sure, I bet it does.
And I think I don't know.
But
How you
they
would
don't
spread
play the
everybody
Super
out at the
Bowl at
same
any
game.
home court.
Depends, though. Sure, they could.
They could, but
If they
they
were
do
doing the
not.
Super Bowl at the Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, and the Raiders happened to be in the Super Bowl, they would have home court advantage.
That's what I'm saying. They don't.
They could. It could
They
happen.
could,
It
but
just never
they
has.
don't. They don't on purpose.
It could happen.
It could, but they
Wouldn't
don't.
change the venue for the Super Bowl just because the team that wins is going in their own home stadium. That's not how it works. That's already picked the year prior. That's why I said if the Raiders somehow went to the stadium and the Super Bowl is being held in Las Vegas, they get to play.
They
there.
could do that, huh?
It could happen.
That would be
It just is so rare that it ever would.
wild. But anyways, that's the show. So change is coming.
Top-notch television, you guys. Thanks for tuning in.
We're going to be loose on the schedule for a minute while we get all this ironed out. We might do a couple shorter shows a week, or we
Why don't
might.
you guys tune in? Like, leave your comments. Would you want to see a Friday night show, a 1 hour show on a Friday, a Saturday during the week, a shorter show? I mean, what do you guys want
Well,
to
we
see?
also have to work into what the schedule will allow too.
Yes.
So, but we're going to play with that, and I don't know, hope you guys still stick around. I want to talk to Will again, just about just crazy history stuff. I want to pick his brain on that.
Well, I mean, he's got a podcast as well,
Mhm.
and I didn't get the name of it.
It's his name.
Okay, check out his podcast. Maybe you should be a guest on his show. You two, I think, would get along great and go far. I enjoyed the time I spent with him, and I
awesome
feel like
stuff.
I was a better person walking away from that. And I think, he's a wealth of knowledge, but he's also seeking to understand. He's looking in. He's legit. The guy you see is the guy you get. I experienced that personally. It just felt he wanted to know what I thought as much as I wanted to know what he thought. And I don't think you can fake that. I think there's so much sincerity there. And I am honestly going to sit home and go through this website and see if this works for me. I've already reached out to my homeschool friends and want them to check it out, because they're going to be far better judges than I could be, because they're doing it. They're living by example, this mentality, this thought process. And I want to know if it's something that would be worthy of what they're doing, and if it would actually fit.
Just if a kid's challenged with the Socratic method and comes away with an idea on using the Socratic method to get to answers, that's well worth $200. I'm telling you right now, that is the ultimate. The Socratic method is the
tool you give your child for a
it's the
lifetime.
ultimate method for you to figure out what you want, and also for you to convert people away from madness.
It's a great way to feel empowered throughout your life, because you can feel confident in what you believe. And if you don't feel confident, the steps
That's
to
something
get that knowledge.
I would like to get better at it.
It is a trait and a tool that a child will use the rest of their lives.
And yeah, but everyone have a good night, rest of the weekend.
My mother's calling me right
Humana,
now
humana.
instead of tuning into the show.
Be
So,
safe. I hope everything's
Mother.
okay.
We love you guys. Thank you. Have a safe week, and reach out to us if you have ideas for the show on scheduling. If you could do nights, if you like Saturdays, let us know what you think. If you want shorter, if you want less time with guests. I mean, we're building this something, and we just want.
I can't promise
want your
less time with
opinions.
guests. If there's someone I talk to that I really enjoy talking to, they have to literally say, dude,
Yeah,
shut it off.
I'm the same way. We're just so wrong for this podcast
I know.
business.
All right.